All righty, folks. Are we there? We've got to get ourselves like resituated because this is like part three. We have a little bit of a delay going on in the time, so I'm going to like wait here for just a moment while we get ourselves situated and make sure that we are back to live. We are going to be live on YouTube and all the things as well. So it should say part three of our 24-hour live streamathon. Usually it takes about 30 seconds before it kicks in. So I'm not going to do anything until I see that we are actually live. And we could be there right now. Let me see. That's still part two. And this is our part three. Yes. All right. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to pin this post. All right, we've got that one pinned. I'm going to pull up over here. Let's see. So if you are there, please do me a favor. Before I bring our next guest up, I want to make sure I get all dialed in. If you are there, please let me know. I also am going to go to my YouTube and make sure that I can find us live on the YouTube stream so that I can see. And there we are. See, it's amazing at how this works. And then I'm also going to share our YouTube to Facebook. All right. So, okay, we got Marika on here. We got Gina on here. And are we ready for our next queen guest? I am ready. Let's bring her on. Miss Barbara J. Beckley. Hello, beautiful.
Well, you know we gotta move. It's midnight for you, 11 something for me, and I don't know where everybody else is, but
we gotta move. And I got my Christmas light PJ
love
pants.
it. I want to buy them so bad. I said earlier, I said I want those pants.
I love it. So before we get started, tell everyone, where are you joining us from?
Well, I am joining from Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's not snowing because some people think, Wisconsin, we always get snow. In fact, we were like at 95 degrees today. I was by the lake earlier. So, yeah, we do
95 degrees. Yep.
95. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is your first experience of Christmas in July.
Yes.
Yeah. What you thinking so far?
Oh my God. I was like, every person I was listening to, I'm taking all these notes, right? And then some of them were like, they were saying certain things. I'm like, dang, I was going to say that. I was going to say that too. I said, by the time she gets to me, I'll be like, hello, goodbye.
Hello, goodbye. That's hilarious. But it is amazing. It really is amazing when you realize like just how many stories of hope, love, inspiration, like all the things that are out there. And it's just such a beautiful thing to share.
Yeah, I was just real quickly, before we get into what I'm going to talk about, is, of course, her name is Jada, Queen Jada. Oh, I just wanted to go through the screen and hug her. I'm like, oh my God, yes. So, yeah, I mean, her and so many others. So powerful. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So, where are we going?
See,
this is your time.
Elena did good. She's hydrating just like I am. So I'm going to do the same thing.
It is. It's, and it is amazing because where I am, it's just after midnight. It's 11 where you are. And this happens every year. And I know that you've done these. I think one you've done was 32 or 36
hours. Yeah.
And the time goes so fast because I'm literally absorbing every single message that everyone comes with. Like you're bringing so much that I actually get filled up with just so much, and it's awesome. So
I know. I was just saying that once you're all in that like zone, but then after the day or 2 days or how long you did it, and then the next day comes, it's like all of a sudden, because because you're so full. So I want to feel, hopefully I can fill some people up tonight when I want to
Yes.
talk about. Um,
Are you okay with me giving you full screen?
oh, sure.
So you just do your thing, because I know you got a message that will just bring it. So I would love to just give you full screen and you do that.
Just tell me when to shut up and I'll shut
up. There you go. Here we go.
Oh, I love her. I love her. I love her. Okay, first of all, thank you so much, Queen Elena, for building this platform, Christmas in July. You know, I think of this, when I think of what she's doing right now, I think of every day now as Christmas, because if you can do what she always says with the hope, what she says, you know, just reach one person every day, that's amazing. I hope all of us is doing that. So I want to start off by a quote, and this is my quote. You know, usually people say other people's quotes, which is wonderful. I mean, I love a lot of people's quotes too, but just a side tip, start looking at what you say, because everybody on this platform, they were saying some wonderful, inspirational things, and a lot of them, they're their own quotes. So my quote, the earthquakes and hurricanes in your life are stepping stones of strength. But, and you heard this a lot today, but it's your choice to move forward and learn, okay? I'll give you some action steps, and learn the lessons within the storms of life. You know what? I'm going to read that again. The earthquakes and hurricanes in your life are stepping stones of strength, but it's your choice to move forward and learn the lessons within the storms of life. Okay, now you're probably saying, okay, Barbara, thank you so much for that quote that you did. And that's Barbara J. Beckley's quote, just to let you know. But my storms in life is horrific. And sometimes I don't know how to move forward. Okay, I'm going to take you back to, I'm going back until I'm age now. That's okay, because this is going to resonate with a lot of people. And with these stories today, I'm going to take you back when I was a child at the age of 7. Between the ages 7 and 10, I was the person, and I didn't get the memo, but it seemed like everybody else got the memo, said, okay, let's beat up on Barbara. We're going to bully her every single day. We're going to let her know that she's ugly. We're going to let her know that she's fat. She shouldn't be here. Why is she in this school? Why is she even getting educated? Because she can't think for herself. In fact, she's an alien. She's from a different planet. Yes, the children did tell me I was an alien. And at that time, I was thinking to myself, well, if you want to beat me up so much and talk about me and say because this was a little girl, myself, crying. But I was like, well, take me back to that planet, because I don't want to be here with all of you just coming down on me. And that lasted not for like a week or a month or maybe a few months or half a year. That lasted for 4 years of my life. Yes. So I want to introduce you while I tell my story, while you're listening. There's 2 points I want you to get out of this. There is angels around you all the time. You might not see the wings. You might not see the halo, but they're there. And I want to show you there was 3 of mine in my life. And then making that choice. So let's talk about the angels. My first angel that came in my life was a teacher that was with me in my state of bullying. And she used to tell me, she's like, Barbara, every day I see this going on. And I want you to know, Barbara, that you are a diamond in the rough. That started the diamond story in my life. And I was like, okay, at the age of 7, you're kind of. She said, and I want to show you that you are important. You have a gift in you. And every day after school, you're going to come in the room and I want you to write out, I love me. I'm important. I'm pretty. Yes. I had to write that. How many? Oh, yeah, 30 times on the board. So in my mind, I was thinking to myself, well, wait a minute. I feel like I'm getting in trouble here. I'm sitting there. Okay, that's when we had chalkboards and chalk. Okay, I just got to let you all know, going back in the 80s and 70s. Yeah, there was chalk and chalkboard, just to let you know. So I had to write on this chalkboard all that. So at the beginning, I was a little bit like, okay. And she said, I want you to create this and I want you to grab a hold of it, Barbara, not just writing it, but I want it in here and it's going to come here. So when all those children come to you and start talking to you like a craziness, talking about your alien, your ugly, and everything else, I want you to remember what you wrote down for you to know that you have to believe in yourself. So I was like, okay. I mean, I got to listen to the teacher too, else other things would happen. So I was like, okay, I'll listen. I'll do it. And I did it. I did that. She had me do that. That's where I learned what we call now affirmations, right? So those were my affirmations at a very young age. She was my first angel because she helped me fight off so many individuals, so many children in my life. So that was my first angel. But still being a child, it hurt. I would cry every single day and run home from school. But the person that held me and caught me every time I came home was my dad. My dad, he would give me the greatest bear hugs. Oh, felt so good. He would call me his princess and he would sit down. You know, he would be playing dolls with me. That's how much my dad loved me so much. He would sit there literally and take the dolls I had in my room and play dolls with me. That's what he do. And then the movie I loved when I was younger was The Wizard of Oz. Oh my God, I could see that movie over and over and over again. And he would sit with me and watch this movie over and over and over again. To the point I look at him sometimes like, Dad, I know you're kind of tired of this movie. He's like, no, I'm not tired of this movie because my daughter, my princess, wants to watch it. So I'm going to watch it with her. So he was my other angel, my angel in life. He would give me more affirmations. He would tell me how awesome I was. He would tell me that I'm smart, I'm intelligent, I'm going to grow into this wonderful diamond because I'm a diamond in the rough. Where did I just hear that from? I heard that from school, from my teacher, my other angel. So I was like, oh, what's going on here? This is, So speeding up. Now, this was going on with my dad for a while, school for a while. Still, like we go, have anybody had where you had people just tell you who you are, but it wasn't in a positive way? Yep. Not just child, but after growing up. So I dealt with that. But one thing I held on to is what that teacher taught me and what my dad taught me. So let's come into teenage years of my life. Turned 17 years old. Whew. Yes. Third angel's coming in here. When I turned 17, this is where my life, and you know how some people say, where in your life some things might have changed and pivoted you or changed you or had so much of a big challenge or a huge challenge in your life that it changed your direction for your whole life. Well, this happened to me. So at the age of 17, I lost one of my angels. I won't say that now, but later I gained him back, my dad. He passed away. And he didn't pass away from a sickness or an accident or, just old age, as people say sometimes, because he was 38 years old. He passed away because somebody else took his life. Somebody else just decided to take my father's life. And that took my life. It really did. Very, very much so that when I found out about him dying the way he did, I lost it. At the age of 17, I totally lost it. I spun out of control. I ran into my room because that time my mother and my dad was separated. They had a divorce, but I was living with her. I was visiting her that time, and the police called and told us what happened. I felt like my whole world just blew up in my face. And then I was thinking, why is everybody acting like everything's not going? All of a sudden I'm thinking to myself, why is people still talking and moving around me? Don't you know that a person just left my life? I mean, he's gone and you're still talking and everything. I just felt like the world just needed to stop and just say, okay, don't you know that the biggest diamond in my life, the biggest angel that I had in my life just passed away? That's what I thought. So I was so out of control, and I let myself go. I was tearing up my room. I was like the Incredible She-Hulk. That's what happened. I mean, I was tearing up my room. I was slamming and breaking mirrors. I turned over my bed. I mean, it was crazy. But at that time at 17, I didn't think it was crazy because I just lost control until I just went into a spell and fell out in my room. And my mother had to wind up calling 911 to get me and said, my daughter, she's losing. I don't know what's going on in her room. I can't even open the door because I slammed the door so hard that I think I hit the whatever that was locking the door. It just broke. It wouldn't open. So when the paramedics came and everybody, they had to basically saw the door down to get me out the room. Took me to the hospital, put me right under a 40-hour suicide watch. So that's what I had to go to. And that's where I was. They gave me sedatives. I was in and out to give me the medication, 17 years old. And I'm just laying there. And I was just laying there, just in and out of myself. And I was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Father's gone. Who's going to tell me how pretty I am? Who's going to remind me that I am a diamond, going to be a diamond in the rough? And I'm a diamond in the rough, and I'm going to be a diamond when I grow up. So that's when the thought came to mind, suicide. Yeah. At that point, I just wanted to end it. I wanted to totally end it, just say, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. And at that time, I didn't really have the Lord in my life that much. He was in, and I knew of God, and I went to church sometimes, and people told me about everything, but I really wasn't strong in the faith. And I had a lot of my faith basically in my dad at that time. And I want to put out there, a lot of you, I always tell people, always have an anchor for yourself. Some people have the anchor, they have faith in God. Some people have anchors in people. Some people have anchors in different ways. Hopefully it's positive. That's all I want to put out there. But my anchor at that time was my dad, and I lost him. So I was looking in the room. They left. Now, this was weird. In the room, I found a knife. Yes. Now, it was a butter knife, but it was a knife. To me, I was like, okay, I'm trying to find something here just to end this. So basically, I was planning out me leaving. I'm gone. Soon as I found that, a nurse walked in the door. A nurse walked in the door. Here's my other angel. Here's my other angel. She walks in the door. And she, takes the blood pressure and everything and checks me out and, all that stuff, what they do at the hospital. So I'm sitting there just thinking to myself, would you just leave? Because I need to just go. And she's like, Barbara, you everything? I said, no. Really? You're going to answer that question. Is everything okay? No, not really. No. But, I didn't want to give myself up because I'm trying to do this thing. So I was like, yeah, okay, do what you got to do. So she's walking out the room. And then all of a sudden, she turns around and she looks at me. All of a sudden, it's weird. She just looked down at me in my bed and she's like, I don't know the whole situation. I know you lost a parent. But whatever you're thinking about right now, they would not want you to leave this world because it's something that's in me that's saying you're kind of like, she said, it's a gem, like this diamond in the rough or something. She said, I don't know. She said, it's just coming to me. She said, but it's telling me that you do not need to move to that next level that you're thinking about doing. And she turns around and she walks out the door. And I'm telling you, I think every blood vessel in me, every thought process in me, I'm sitting there like, what? I'm thinking about it right now. I'm tearing up. I just could not believe that she told me that. It was like my dad was talking through her to me. And that's what I felt. And that day changed everything for me. everything. And I made, now this goes with the choice, making the choice. So I told myself, I said, I need to make this right. If it's not just for myself right now, like I said about the anchors a minute ago, but right now, before I got into, get into God, it was my dad. I said, if she said that and don't even know me, didn't know him, didn't know what he talked about, didn't know what he told me, didn't know what the teacher said, all this kind of stuff, and she just comes in there saying that, then I know I need to make a change for myself and say, you know what, moving forward, I want to make sure whatever I do in my life is to make sure that people know that they are worthy, to make sure people have a voice, to make sure people, if they're bullied, that they know that they're loved no matter what. Words are powerful. And I said, I need to be the one to be that cheerleader. I need to be that one to tell people that, you know what? I've been through that furnace. I've been down the low valleys. I get it. I lost somebody I love dearly. Now, some people, maybe you might have lost a loved one. Maybe you might have lost a job you like. Maybe you might have lost, a particular song that you wrote and somebody took it. You never know. But whatever that loss is, always remember while you're living and breathing that you can make that choice. And the lessons or anything that came out of it, make sure that you put it out there to help somebody else. This is about hope today. Christmas in July is about hope and inspiration. And I always tell everybody, when I see words, when people put words, like if I'm speaking off a word, I always like to go to Webster and get the definition. So hope, to desire with anticipation, to expect with confidence. Confidence. So if you have hope, you're anticipating something. I anticipated after what happened to me and my dad, I had to anticipate for myself and have the confidence to get myself in line and gear, because now I got a road to travel. Because I know there was so many other individuals, and still so today, that are getting bullied, that have lost a loved one, that might have been sexually abused. I've been there before. Maybe had cancer, had a cancer conqueror, been there before. So I can hit you on every level of stories, okay? And I want to say that anything that you lost in your life, and I know my time is getting near, but I just want to say too, any loss that you had in your life, it's not a loss if you change it to a purpose to help others. Elaine always says, pain to pain to power.
Pain to power.
Pain to power. Thank you. So I always, that's what you can do. So I just, Elaine, do I have like one more minute? I just want to give,
Yeah, keep going, because my next guest has not, we're just going till we're in those midnight hours now where people show up. now we're just like free flowing, but no, keep sharing, because this is extremely powerful.
Late in the midnight hour, you got me singing a song. God's going to turn it around. He's going to work in your favor. So I want to let because I have an acronym for hope too. Yeah. So
I'm gonna put you back on.
H, honor yourself, love yourself. I don't care if everybody in the world is saying something negative about you. You are on this earth for a reason, for a purpose, period. Period. That's it. Oh, opportunity. Every time something happens in your life, be it good, be it not so good, and be it a learning experience. I used to say good, bad, and ugly, but I hate the bad and I hate the ugly part of it, because no matter how low your valley is, you still come out shining if you make that choice of those lessons to move forward. Because the story, when you think about it, what we go through, it's for us to learn things, but really, if you take it to the next level, it's for everybody else to know that they have hope, that Barbara J. Beckley or Kathy or Elena, all the stuff that we went through, they came out shining. We might have scars here and there. Yeah, maybe a scar on the back somewhere. But you know what? We put some alcohol on it. We rub it on. We put some medication on it, and we kept it moving. And we want to make sure that you know that, so you know you can keep it moving. So H, honor yourself. O, opportunity. P, peace. Peace. You know, in the word it says, you know, you should have peace within the storm. Jesus would always say he had peace no matter what. He had peace in the midst of the storms. So in the midst of your hurricanes and your earthquakes in life, have that peace within you. And then E, envision. And I use envision because I always tell people you need to always see it. You could say that you're being hope and you have faith and everything like that, but you have to see it. You have to envision it for yourself. Everybody can tell you what to do. Everybody can say what you need. Everybody can talk about this and that, but you, yourself, Elena, Kathy, I'm just seeing people that's on here right now. I'm looking at both. And anybody else that's watching this, you have to believe, you have to envision it. You have to see it. Write it down, whatever you have to do. I always have, when I envision stuff, I always have it up everywhere. Bathroom, kitchen, everything, because I have to keep focus. So E for envision. So H, honor. O, opportunity. P, peace. And E, envision. So with that, I don't know if, because you know, Elena, you got to stop me. I can keep it moving. We'll be here for another hour. You'll be like, Barbara, really? I'm trying to be respectful.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to track down, because I think he's like here, but I think he missed when I said like this is the new link. I don't think that he has opened the message, so I'm sending an email and we'll see if he's able to get that. But let's I want to ask you the angel nurse that spoke to you when she looked back. I'm just curious, was she still there like later in the shift, or like, do you know, did she like stay there, or was that her only
that she was
with you?
She did because it was at 1:00 that morning, and she was doing the night shift, so she left around 6 that morning. And then I never seen her again because I had to stay there for 48 hours. Never seen her. Had all these other different nurses, but she never came back. In fact, I asked some people, I said, she coming back? After I got myself together, after she just took me to another world. And they're like, no, I don't think so. In fact, what's her name again? I was like, okay, now that is even more. You don't know her name. You don't know.
She's supposed to work here and you don't know her name.
You don't know her name. So wow. Yeah, two nurses came back and they were like, I don't know. So,
wow.
Yeah. So
that is amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Amazing. Yeah.
So for that person that is running low in that belief meter, that faith meter, and some people are chiming in. We got people on YouTube still. We got people over here on Facebook, and even Miss Kathy. Kathy has joined back in, and she's supposed to be getting on an airplane like in a couple hours. So that's how we do it. You know, we are dedicated to supporting queens. But I do like what were the first types of steps that you had to take when you're trying to grieve, you're trying to heal, you're trying to find your way, and you're only 17? Where did you find it? What did you do?
Well, before that angel came and the nurse, like I said, I was about to basically commit suicide. I mean, basically that's what was going to happen. Yeah. After that, I felt like I just kept saying to myself, I owe it to my dad to be strong. And then with my mother, which I call her, that's a whole nother story and a whole nother next year that I'll talk about for her. Her name is Sergeant Sally Beckley. I call her Sergeant because I was in the Army with her. the rest of my life after he passed. She was very strong woman, but it was harsh. And that's how she grew up. And that's what she was. So she thought she had to do that with me. So the first thing she said is, because I asked her, I said, well, can I go to counseling? We don't do counseling here. What are you talking about? Nobody don't know. I mean, basically, she didn't believe in going to counseling. Now, that was my mother back then. I do not condone that at all. I tell people in a heartbeat, if you need to go to counseling, go. I wished I did, because that kind of didn't help, because I was being strong. I knew I had to graduate with honors. I was on the honor roll that year for high school, because again, my anchor, what I was talking about earlier, my anchor at that time when I was younger was my dad. So everything that I was doing, I would always look back, even if I was like about to cry or about to whatever, not saying you can't do it, because please let it all out. You need to. But every time I would think of something that was going to take me down, I felt like my dad was just sitting on my side of me saying, no, I need you to do this. I told you, you're going to be that diamond. You got to keep it moving. So when I tell people that they lose a person in their lives, and I know it's difficult, because I was thinking about Jada, and I'm thinking about everybody else that talked about people and your husband and everything. I always tell people, yes, scream, holler, cry. Take your time in what you need to do. I mean, sometimes it's been all these, I'm 56 years old right now. Sometimes I still cry about my dad. He died 2 days before Thanksgiving. So it's, and that hits. Yeah, that hits. But I always say to people, but the legacy that they want you to leave, they wouldn't want you sitting here just crying over them. I know my dad, if he was looking at me saying, oh, he's like, what are you doing? You look dying. Get up. Yeah. So, and that's what helps me move, is I know that I need to take their lives that been, I hate to say lost, because they had been lost. It's just they're in another, world, right? They got up there before we did. Okay. Yes. And we need to take whatever they had or whatever's going on with them and use that legacy. And that should be a celebration more so than a sadness.
I love it. I love it, Queen. Thank you for being part of this tonight. And we are rocking and rolling. And I know you're a late owl, so if you're up like later and you want to come back on for like more.
Yeah, I'm with you till what? Your time in the morning. Yeah. I got my water.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm good.
All right. Well, we are going to bring up our next guest, because we're running around the clock, but for real, like we've got an amazing lineup. And I mean, it's like people are still rocking and rolling, jumping in here live, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It is.
You're a beautiful thing, Queen. Love you so much.
Love you too. Thank you so much for sharing, and I'll see you soon. All right. So our next guest, like, since we've had to like change links and hop on from here and hop on from there, I was like trying to message him and be like, okay, this is the one you got to join on. And so this next guest is an amazing human being that I have had the pleasure of getting to know more over the past several months. And we met in person at the Movement Maker Live in Nashville. And let me tell you, he is all heart. We are in a mastermind together, Mr. Spencer Fothergill. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hi, Miss Elena. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you doing? Yeah. How are you? I want to know how you're holding up.
I feel fabulous.
Okay.
Yeah. If my lipstick is still holding up, yeah, we're rocking and rolling. So
okay. Did you get like extra sleep last night and sleep in a little bit for this?
No, that's not how it works. You know what is so funny is I actually did go to bed a little bit earlier than normal, but I'm still a night person. I get energy at night. But in the morning, it never fails. It's the morning of. And I start getting the messages. What am I doing? Where am I going? What am I? And so I start messaging everybody first thing in the morning. But let's tell people, where are you joining us from?
I am joining you from Laurel, Delaware, Sussex County, Delaware, Eastern Shore.
Nice. I just think it's like amazing that we've been in Canada, we're in Delaware, we've been in Wisconsin, we've been in Texas, it's just a beautiful thing that is happening here. So this is new for you, the Christmas in July Streamathon.
It is, yes, ma'am. I caught Michael Faber's portion with you last year, and other than that, brand new. So grateful to be here, and thank you so much for asking me to be here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you are a man of faith, and that is like probably the very first connection, because I know that you have hope and inspiration to pour into the listeners from wherever they're tuning in from, and whether it be right in this moment or when they catch a replay at another time.
Yes, ma'am. God is good all the time.
Mm-hmm.
There are no mistakes. We're the only ones that mess it up, really. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. So what's a nugget? What's some words of wisdom that you can pour out there? I know you have it.
Yeah, I got a couple things written down, and then also I wanted to chat with you a little bit before we got on here to kind of see what topics we could dive into.
Any of them?
I have felt like I've been I've lived a lot of different lives, and I think that we are most equipped to serve those that we used to be. From drug addiction and alcoholism to anger issues and womanizing, to really like not feeling like I fit in, and then using anything and everything I could to soothe those thoughts. But I'm just, life is good. Like I recently lost my 9-to-5 job, and an older version of myself would have been like really, really stressed out and upset about that and like freaking out. And I just have a level of trust that I know God's got me right where he wants me, and I know that it's going to be okay. Yeah.
Have you always been a man of this strong faith, or is it something that has developed as you've grown?
It's definitely developed. I've always believed in God. I've never questioned a higher power. I grew up going to a church with my parents, Methodist church, and Sunday school. But I've had a couple like really intense Holy Spirit takeovers, as I call them.
I love that, Holy Spirit takeovers.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But really, like I think my really taking God serious and Jesus serious in my life was about 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when I was a daily user of crystal meth and crack cocaine. I got down on my hands and knees in my brother's backyard, about 2 miles from where I'm at right now, in Laurel, Delaware. My brother Aaron and his wife Liz were nice enough to take me in and my son, and let us live with them for a little bit so I can get back on my feet. And like I was honest with them with where I was at with my addiction, and he made it clear that like he wanted to help me, but that I was not allowed to bring anything in his house or on his property. And I had agreed to that, but I was lying. And so at nighttime, I would go and I would sneak in the garage, and I would put these moving blankets up in front of the windows to like block the light, so that if by chance they were to wake up and look outside, they wouldn't know I was out there.
Okay.
And doing that awful thing, which was the devil to me. And in the middle of a thunderstorm pouring down sideways at 3:00 in the morning, I got down on my hands and knees, and I prayed to God and I prayed to Jesus to remove it from me. And I mean, it was a real cry, the biggest cry I've ever had for help. And I got up off my knees, and I went inside the pool building, and I smoked about $500 worth of crack, and I could not get high at all. Did not affect me. And I have not touched anything hard since. Thank God. Praise Praise Jesus. So, yeah, and it was like really just like showing me how powerful the Lord is, but you really gotta want it, and you really gotta trust. And so, that didn't solve all of my problems in life just by giving it up to Him through that. But it's a constant daily search for salvation, really. And I think it's a relationship with Jesus Christ, and it's service work. It's pouring into others. It's not about me. It's about loving others. And like God constantly brings people into my life that I can be able to serve. And sometimes I think that I'm there to serve them and they're there to serve me. But it's really just trusting in it and giving it to Him. So
That is beautiful. We've got Kathy Minzer on here saying, hello, Spencer. And Barbara Beckley says, wow, awesome, Spencer. And Gina's giving you praise hands and high fives. So it's a beautiful thing. And Kathy's on here because she has a story of sobriety and fighting addiction and all of that too, as far as, so how long did you use the crack cocaine? Like had it affected pretty much everything? Because I don't really know much about that. Like, had it affected everything in your life, or were you just like dabbling in it a little bit? Or
yeah, so after that happened, with the encouragement of my girlfriend at the time, I got into therapy, and I started seeing a therapist who happens to also have a theology degree, which that helped me out a lot.
okay.
And then also a psychiatrist. The first, like, even after I was clean, the first 3 psychiatrists that I saw said that I was depressed. And finally I was like, I'm not depressed, but I can't focus. And I took some depression medicine. One time I got real sick. It gave me a huge headache. I got a fever. So I didn't like that. And finally I got hooked up with a 4th one. And she heard my story out from like little kid through college, high school, college, many years into adulthood. And then also my alcoholism and all these different things. And she was like, I really do think that you were undiagnosed ADHD as a kid, and that you have all the symptoms of someone. And so I want to make sure that I get back to your question. Yeah, so like right now, I'm not on any medicine at all. When I got diagnosed with that was really helping me out quite a bit. It definitely did. I've actually since lost my insurance, which is okay, but it's kind of forced me in a way to work through these things and work through my defects, as they call them, and also behaviors and patterns, and not rely on any type of chemical dependency for me to figure those things out. But I was a daily user of crystal meth for almost 4 years.
Okay.
And it's a very, very similar chemical compound to that of ADHD medicine. And so I started taking that when COVID happened. Well, like right before COVID. And thank God, my girlfriend at the time, when I was using that, she left me because I was like at the point where I was blaming her for everything. I was blaming her I was doing those things, and I was lying to my son and lying to my parents and lying to myself. And I was seeking love and anywhere I could find it. And I had a friend. I say friend. I thought he was a friend, but when you're on substances like that, and people that do substances like that, they don't love themselves, and so it's really hard to expect them to love you.
Yeah.
He was like, you're already hurting, and you're already smoking meth. Why don't you hit this crack pipe with me? And I did, and that was like a whole new level of devil. It was awful. And
Wow.
that like really took it downhill really quickly.
And we have a question that came in. She's on the YouTube. She asked, "Did you ever take medication for your ADHD?"
When after I got clean and I saw I was in treatment and I was seeing a therapist and I was seeing a psychiatrist and I was prescribed they put me through a program set where they would start me off with 5 milligram Adderall, and then like I did that for like a couple weeks, and then they took me to 10 milligram, and then eventually I went all the way to I think 60 milligram Vyvanse I was on, and yeah, it really did help me when I was on that, but I currently have not been taking anything, and I think I don't know. I kind of think it's like God's telling me that I don't need to rely on those things to do that.
Yeah. And we got Kathy saying, through the journey, you find out who your real friends are.
Yeah. Yeah. And I like when I was at the depth of my hole that I had dug, I was at a point where like it was people, places, and things for me. I had to completely abandon like every person that I was spending time with and hanging out with and places I was going. And it took some time for me to be able to go back and see those people. And some of them are still doing the same exact things that they were doing then. And some of them have OD'd and died. And I've buried several friends, several people that I've known in that realm. And it's tough, man.
Have you ever, knowing that your faith and knowing that Jesus has lifted you, have you ever had that feeling of, so now what? You have me here. What is my purpose? Like, have you ever run into that thought of like, especially if you've buried friends or, people that were in that space, and here you are, and it's like, now what is my purpose? Because you clearly are here for something greater, right?
Yes, Miss Elena. And that's a part of me jumping on this right here with you and talking to you and getting vulnerable and raw. And I think as a man, I think it's like society doesn't exactly make it easy for men to be emotionally vulnerable and to talk about things, because we're supposed to be tough. And I do think that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to help men to be able to do that and to be raw and authentic, and like not so much in what we do, but in our being and just being present. I am getting emotional talking to you. I need to.
And I love that. I love that. Gina says facts. And Kathy says, God gave us all we need to heal ourselves. And this is what this is for. Like this moment right here, because someone that is guided to come across this at some point needs your message right now.
Yeah. And so after really like through all to get rid of the trauma dump and all that, right? In doing intense internal work and looking at like the trauma that I had been through and also the trauma that I had caused, it really stemmed from my childhood and my relationships with my parents and my siblings, and seeking love and equating love with approval and attention. And that's why I'm a huge fan of parents and fathers, and it's in a very important role when God blesses you with a child, and I know that I'm a child of God, just like you. We all are. And we don't pick our parents. We don't pick what family we are born into. But once you reach like a certain age and you realize that you do have free will, and depending on what country you're in, to be an adult, But I hope does that make sense?
It does. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because there comes that point where, yeah, you know, you don't pick your parents, and you don't pick the family, and you don't pick the house that you're growing up in, and you don't pick that. But you do come to that point where you can make different choices if that environment is no longer serving you once you reach that age, you know? And I get that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And one thing I want to say is like I did not come from like a rough childhood. I had a very good childhood. But I'm the youngest of 9 children, but I'm my mother's only child. And so I have step siblings on one side, and then I have step siblings on the other side, and then I have a half brother who my father has. Him and I have the same father. And like always trying to fit in, really. And that's where a lot of all of those decisions stem from. And yeah, thank you for letting me share that. And thanks for the support here in the chat. And just tonight, I just did get home not too long ago. I went to about 2 hours away. I drove to a recovery called the Speaker Jam, that an organization in Delaware is really working on trying to establish recovery homes here in Delaware. Yeah.
That's nice. Gina says that she knows a few men that need your story. And Barbara says, awesome, Spencer, this is amazing. More men need to hear your story. So clearly, you know, it is tough to be vulnerable, and it is tough to show that, but it's so needed. Like, it's so important to see that we're all real human beings with feelings and emotions and tears and all the things. I mean, it's just, it's being human, you know?
Yes, ma'am. And so when you ask what's my purpose now, and thank you ladies for the support. Thank you so much. And if you know any men personally that I can talk to and try to help in any way, I would be honored to do so. So I think I shared a little bit with you about Inspire You and like my goals there with that. But you know, I'm new to the self-help space when it comes to having it be like a business of some sort. But really my goals there with that are aimed at one, just a place to be accepted and to be acknowledged and to be, you know, praised and appreciated. And you can come as you are. And also you should be respected. And so it's a community, but also there's so many different things that I'm passionate about. I've spent a lot of time working on what it's going to look like, but I haven't done a whole lot of action and execution with it. And so just recently I made a page, and just recently I made a Stripe account so that I can actually do that. And I've been making some Google Docs, some applications, because I want to make sure that people that come into it are protected, and it's not just anybody that's, you know, might be messed up, but they might, you know, try to take advantage of somebody that's in it. Mm-hmm. And it be a space for therapy, but also like a space for someone to grow their skills. I love people. I've been in customer service when it comes to business, like my whole adult life, and even before then. So, you know, not just me, but having other people come into it, you know, like Faber and I've a couple mentors of mine that are big in business, and bring them in on what they're experts in. And so that's my goal is to kind of do that, but also promote the people in it too. Whether if they're entrepreneurs, and be able to promote them in their business. So at the same time, I just bought a bunch of camera equipment and like mics. You might not be able to tell now because I don't have it set up with you, but just to be able to serve and promote and help. And I'm doing it. Camera
and mics. What are you going to be doing with that? Like, I love, is it for you guys to be able to communicate, or are you going to come out with some sort of like regular video public message? Like, what are you doing with that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have an Inspire You YouTube channel where
Nice.
I have people come on and that they want to share their testimony, and I think everybody has a story, and if you ask the right questions and you listen to kind of understand, kind of like you're doing with me, like you're just being present with me. Um, that you can really bring out some good things with people, and I think everybody has value, and being able to sit someone down one on one and be able to talk about those things is something that would be beneficial.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely, and I believe that when you allow yourself to be that vessel in whichever form it needs to come out, there are people that need you. There are messages that need to be shared, and your experiences are that inspiration that somebody absolutely needs in order to know that there is hope, that they can turn their life around, or that someone they love. There could be a mother that is worried about her son right now, and feeling like there is no hope, and sees you and realizes that yes, God can and will turn this around if that's the path for that person. I think that it's just really important to share any type of experiences, good, bad, ugly, and different, like, because ultimately we all learn from each other.
yeah, Elena, it's so great that you're doing this. So recently, I went to a church service where the and I won't name the church or the pastor, but they went to a camp, and in the camp, they had just gotten back, and the pastor was wanting to talk about how great the camp was and the transformations that were made, and it was a youth camp, and all the children lined up on one side of the church, and then they said, before the camp, I was. And I don't know, there must have been 70 or 80 kids that went, under 18 years old. And about 90% of them said not enough, or alone, or ugly, or worthless, or not valued. And then after camp, I felt redeemed and loved and a child of God. And like I know a lot of people, men that make great money, that have beautiful wives and beautiful children that look up to them and adore them, and they're not living. They're either lukewarm or they're cold, but they're lukewarm, and they might go to church, but they're not on fire. And like this, there's a lot of suffering going on, and people need to be loved, and which is exactly why you're doing what you're doing, and I'm so grateful
Yes,
for
and
you.
and I love that. Like, I love that when you're talking about lukewarm and but be on fire. We had Gerald Goldie on earlier today. He talked about being on fire, for the Lord, and that's what we need. We need to see that. When God told me, He said, "Remember who you are, and remember whose you are, and now boldly step forward and show your crown." That's where "show your crown" came from. But it's that place of be on fire for
Yeah.
it. Boldly step forward, boldly show your crown, boldly use those pains and those mistakes and those things that people want to hide from. Don't hide in shame. Use those, because He brought you through it, and that's when you boldly step forward. And so I'm already excited for what you are putting together, and because it is going to impact lives.
Thank you, Elena. We're the only animals on the planet that will suffer more than once for the same mistake. It's crazy. We beat ourselves up, and we shouldn't, because God is in the living, in the present, and yesterday doesn't exist anymore. It's gone, and tomorrow's not here, and that's where our resentment and our fear and our anxiety comes from. Is like a worry about tomorrow and a shame from yesterday.
Yes.
And Jared's the man. I love Jared. I got to meet him in person in Nashville, and he's a beautiful soul, beautiful brother in Christ.
Yes, he
Um,
is. And uh oh, what I was gonna say, it just left my brain. Give me a second. because we were talking about, it left my brain, the
It's
beauty of
okay.
live TV. That beauty of live TV. Shoot, I wish I could
Well,
remember.
hey, you this whole time, everybody I've jumped in with, you've been on fire for asking them, and I feel like I know you probably have somebody right after me that you need to bring on. But how are you doing right now with your third year of Christmas in July? How are you feeling? How's it been the past? I think you started at 10 a.m. this morning.
I started at 10 a.m. so Eastern time, and we're at 1 a.m. Eastern time. And I like, believe me when I say, I feel like I've just sat down here. Like, it is amazing at how fast the time goes. It really, really is amazing, because you all, when you show up and you're speaking these experiences and these stories, I am like drawn into you. And I think sometimes I don't quite grasp what we're really doing, because I just get so much out of it. But we are touching the world. We are going around the world, and these messages, you being here is not by accident. And to me, I stay grateful. I'm grateful that I'm just here to do this. So for me, it's like, if it's an evening of no sleep, bring it, because this is beautiful.
Yeah.
That's where I feel. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for doing this, and thank you for being an inspiration to men and women out here on just loving people and holding space for them.
Yes. Thank you, Spencer. And we were definitely going to keep you. Oh, Gina says same. And I stay up with my sissy every year and love and learn from all the speakers. And it's amazing. But we are definitely going to stay connected, because when you get that going, I definitely want to share. We already know people that will totally benefit from what you're doing. And so keep going, my friend.
Thank you so much. God bless you, Miss Elena. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Oh my goodness, this is like so great. And Gina says, Spencer, you were awesome. He is absolutely awesome and amazing. And you guys, we are still rocking and rolling. It is 1 a.m. Eastern time. So wherever you're tuning in from, why don't you drop what time it is where you are, just so we know, like, because we're going to be hitting Australia next, and it's like afternoon where she's at, and it's just so beautiful what we're doing. But right now, we are bringing up a queen who is on fire for her mission right now. And I have to say, I met this beautiful woman by accident, literally by accident. Well, nothing's by accident, but in my eyes, it was by accident at that time in 2018. And I'm going to tell the story real quick, and then I'm going to bring you on, girlfriend. 2018, I had to go to a conference, my first business conference. And I'm such an introvert, believe it or not. I'm such an introvert. And I had flown in, I was in my room, and I wanted to just order room service so that I could just stay in my room. And I kept getting this weird thing on the telephone that the room service, it just would not go through. It was the weirdest thing. The phone was ringing me back. Like, it just was crazy. And then I heard God say, just go downstairs. And I literally was like, but I don't want to. I don't want to see people. I don't want to talk to nobody. And he said, just go downstairs. So I went downstairs, found a seat at the bar, ordered a hamburger. I'll never forget, with a glass of wine. Felt like I looked like crap from traveling like all day. I was exhausted, but I'm like, just go downstairs and eat. I'm like, nobody will be down there. It's all good. Don't you know, I go down, and there is worldwide women's networking, like this huge thing going on. Nothing but women networking. And by accident, I meet this beautiful queen. So we have been in each other's lives since 2018. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, my queen, my sister.
How are you?
I am blessed to be here with you and sharing this space with you and all the amazing, phenomenal people you've had before and will continue to do so.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite, and I'm very happy and blessed.
Well, it is great to have you. And that story will just never get old to me, because it was one of those where I was like, no, I just got off an airplane flying. And God said, just go downstairs. And there you were setting up networking event. You invited me in, like, come on in. And it was just the most amazing thing.
So was it really an accident? It was God's plan.
Yes, it was.
There was a plan, and look at all these years. And I think that my friendship with you has grown on a different level,
Yes.
because I've always felt a special connection. We have a connection because you serve people. You're in that business. And I was driving home from my second job, and I said, I've been serving people since I was about 7 or 8 years old. And I'm going to tell you how. My mother's friends were all non-English speakers, all spoke Spanish. So if they had a doctor's appointment or had to go to this place or had to fill out this or go to the post office, they would always say, can Jackie go with me so I can translate? So I've been of service since then. And then being in church, going to church, and then youth group. Then when I went into high school and community service and Christian service. And then after high school, I joined the military. I was in the Air Force, so I was of service also. And I was in healthcare. So it's serving people when they're vulnerable, when they're down, when they're scared, when they've gotten bad news, when they haven't gotten any news. So I've been serving. Then after that, I joined the police department in New York.
Wow, police department.
Because I'm Brooklyn, baby, all day, every day. So in that career, I was serving. I've had connections from when I left the police department, that was 17 years ago. And that I have connections now. I used to have a youth group, the Explorers. I serve those children. Those children are in 30s and 40s now.
Wow.
Doctors and lawyers and in education and the military and in the police department. And the reason I created Women Networking Worldwide was because I was missing that link. There was a missing link. And later on, I want to say 2 years ago, I learned that I did that to connect with women to create a community because of my sister wound. I was like, what is that? So for my mom and dad, I'm an only child. My father had children from his first marriage, but my half siblings were older than me. We didn't have that connection. So I've always been the only one. And joining the police department, joining the Air Force, and this is me thinking, especially when I'm driving home, that was all being part of an organization of a community. Yes. So since I'm not part of that anymore, I was hungry for that connection, that community. So that's where Women Networking Worldwide was born. Yeah. And I haven't done much after COVID because no one did. And I'm in Jersey now. And I'm trying to build that, but I think it's taking me in different directions. So I'm waiting to hear that plan.
Yeah, and it's coming clear to you.
Yes. Yes.
So, and it has been a journey, and your story in there, like you are a fighter. You are I like to use the word perseverance and persistence personified. Like you give me those words and I see Jackie, yeah. And so since we are here to share hope and inspiration, what do you tell the one that just feels like they're getting beat down upon beat down upon beat down, because that was you, and you keep going and you keep getting up and you keep pushing?
There's one thing I tell my kids all the time. And I always tell myself this: it's going to work out. This moment of stress and anxiety and the unknown and scared and angry, it's not going to last long. This is just me building myself to prepare for what's coming. And I've always said, everything's going to work out. And it does. It does. It really does. It really does.
And I like to always think, when you said that, for me, it's like everything happens at the time God chooses, in preparation for a moment yet to come.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
So you've recently started talking about menopause.
Yes. Yes, I'm so excited about it. I've been posting and making videos, of course, when I'm in the car, because that's when I'm leaving my first job and going to my second one. That's like my to-go office. Um, it's amazing, the education and the awareness that I'm getting, and I'm learning, and I'm sharing forward. I'm serving forward, because that's part of building that women's community.
Yes.
There's so many things, Elena, that I did not know about menopause, and a lot of people don't. All I know is you go through that midlife crisis, the change. She's going through the change, but they don't tell you, oh, there's more than hot flashes. There's a list this big. I didn't know. I thought I had arthritis. I thought I had early dementia. I thought I was losing my mind in different levels. And it's been scary, but it's a lot of great information, and I'm on that journey that I want to share. I want to continue to serve women and bring people together. I think it's important.
It is important. It is important. And especially Gina says, oh Lord, I'm an expert.
I'm gonna have to reach out to Gina. Gina, I'm gonna reach out to you because we got to talk.
But it's really all about just creating these connections and creating the community, because especially as we get older, like honestly, speaking from a woman's perspective, you raise your kids, you absorb everything into the work and the family and taking care of that you disconnect from just friendships, because you're running your household and you're holding it all together. And then you reach this point where you're like in your 50s, and it's like, now what? I'm physically changing, I'm mentally, like I'm a changed person, but now I don't really have a lot of friends. Right. And so I think it's so important that we come together and just be real about what it's like to have the gift to grow older, but to be with community that can truly understand each other through that.
Absolutely. Now living in Jersey, it's so challenging to make friends. I work from home now. So I work remotely from home. I work for the visiting nurses. So I work from home. So there are a few women that I met when I started in the office in 2020, but I've been working from home now 2 years.
Okay.
And I miss that connection. And there's a lot of ladies that I talk to, whether they're nurses or therapists or schedulers, coordinators, and I talk to them, and it's such a great connection. I don't even know if I walk past them at Walmart. So it's crazy. I'm blessed with the opportunity that I'm able to work from home, but I miss that connection. I really do. You see someone, you give them a hug, how you doing? And create that bond. I really miss that. So I think that's, I know that's why I started my Women Networking Worldwide in New Jersey, my New Jersey network. And I've made new friends, and I've met amazing women. And I want to continue that. It just takes a lot. It's challenging sometimes because of finding a location or dates and stuff like that, or people have lives, you know what I'm saying? So it's challenging, but I never give up.
Yeah. I know you don't. I know you don't. You never give up.
I never give up. No, I don't. Yeah.
That's not even in your vocabulary, girl.
Yeah.
Gina says, yes, I do too, Jackie. I just started. Okay. So Gina just started working from home too. And for somebody that's been the people person and like out there, it is definitely an adjustment. It's definitely an adjustment.
It is. It is. It is.
So you had said that you worked with, because I know this, like, is it autistic children that you?
I work with special needs adults.
Special needs adults.
Yeah. And that can be very challenging because they have that 6-7-year-old mindset. But I'm dealing with a 25-year-old man. But his mindset is of a child, and his reflexes. The young man that I work with, I love him. I love his family. Great, wonderful family. Great Christian family. I love them. He is legally blind. He has autism. He has behavioral issues. He's nonverbal. He has MS. He has CP. He can't walk. He can't talk. He can't feed himself. So dealing, and one thing I can tell you that I've learned so much in those 2 years with him, because there are sometimes that he could be fine watching TV and he has an outburst that you're like,
don't even know like where it came from or what it
And
is.
he is so strong. I cannot leave my hair down anymore. My hair has to be in a bun.
Wow.
And sometimes he'll grab. I mean, he is strong.
Wow.
I've learned patience. I've learned hope. His mother, and I told him, his mother, she goes, I know that he was sent to me from God for a purpose. I said, absolutely. I said, I can tell you my purpose and how what I've gotten from God by your son's gift in my life. And she said, what? Patience. Because boy, do you need patience. Because I have to take care of him like a baby, diapers and everything.
Wow.
But I talk to him. I connect with him. I talk to him in English and Spanish. I can tell him what I went through. I said, oh, how was your day today? Oh, did you, and I talk to him. That connection. She says she's never had anyone work with him before that was like, how are you? And hold his hand. And when I sit with him and I feed him, I treat him like I treat you with respect.
Yes.
That connection is so important. That energy. If I go there in a bad mood, I've noticed it before.
Mm-hmm.
It's all off. I guess he picks it up. That's why I make sure that whatever I go through, I never put on anyone else, no matter what I'm going through, whatever pain or aches or whatever. Unless I tell you, boy, I had a rough night, I couldn't sleep, menopause, or I'm really tired, menopause, my skin is dry, menopause. But besides that, I never take it out on anybody. You can never say Jackie had a bad day. I'll talk about it, I'll share about it, because patience, and I'm serving, and that's hope. What you're doing and what everybody here is participating in, you're going to be worldwide. The hope that you are inspiring and everyone else is linking hands with you, that power, this is powerhouse. This is phenomenal.
Yes. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
it's true.
Mm-hmm. And it's it's one of those that is that crazy idea, right? We've talked about that, like when God whispers those things, it's one of the common themes that has popped up through conversations tonight is decisions. It always comes down to a decision. You either do or you don't. And my dad would say you either did or you didn't, but do something, right? But these ideas that come to you, and then they may seem crazy and they may seem like they're coming out of nowhere, but we literally are here for the third year in a row, up to 60 guests, simply because God said, Jerry Lewis telethon.
I remember those. I remember those.
Yes. And I was on my exercise bike a couple years ago, and I was thinking about the Christmas widow, and I remember God saying, like, you don't have to do everything right now, because I was trying to build a nonprofit, build the business, take care of the family, and he's like, you don't have to do everything right now. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean? And so for me, I was like, okay, God, then how do I keep the Christmas widow alive and present if I can't dive into it full force? And that's when he said Jerry Lewis telethon. And I was like, I don't even know
where that came from,
because I just thought about my grandma, and I remember watching the Jerry Lewis telethon, like on her TV.
Yes.
And just the way my brain, I'm like, okay, Streamathon. And I just did it. I put it together the first year in like 2.5 weeks. I didn't know what I was doing. And here we are, third year, and we've got 60 guests from around the world. And it's beautiful.
When you started that 3 years ago and you did not know what you were doing, the plan was already there. So as that first year, that second year, look at the evolution, the transformation. Let me tell you, and I've told you this before, and I've told you this in front of the other ladies when I've worked with you in, Divine Mastery. I've always felt a connection with you. I felt that whatever I needed to do, I would have to do it with you, with your guidance, even though there were many times that I started and then I had to stop because I didn't know still the message. And it's okay. I give myself permission to do that because not everything is going to happen right away. Not everything fell into your hands right away to set this up.
Yeah.
But you're a master now.
Yeah. And you know, and the beautiful thing is that we have always stayed there. You know, I like not once have I ever been like, you know, no, it's just it's in each person's time.
I always tell you, thank you for your patience with me. I've texted you that before. Thank you for your patience with me. And that's how you serve me, and then me giving you that respect, I serve you. And that's how we build that hope together. Yeah. I know that you are on a path to greatness and success. And as you go on that path, all that greatness and success, you're going to bring people up with you. I know it. I see it. Yeah. I feel it. I know it. And this is all hopeful to me. This is amazing. What you're doing, and look at the energy I have. I've been up since 6, started working at 7. I worked from 7 to 6:30. Then I went to my second job, and I just got home 15 minutes before.
Yeah, and look,
and I'm like this, and I'm gonna be 54 this year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like you've been up probably longer than me, and it's just like you just go. We just got done talking about that, being on fire. You know, when you're on fire for the things that you are passionate about, when you are on fire with God's message, and you're just on fire with sharing that hope and that love, it's like you can keep going.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, absolutely. That's why sometimes I post, my energy is contagious. And I have to make a correction. I'm not going to be 54. I'm going to be 55 in November. I'm a Scorpio, and I'm happy. Because of education and learning and going back to, oh, my mom did this because of that. Just education and awareness. I'm learning how to be happy as a menopausal woman. I'm vibrant and I'm thriving. And that's what, and I want to share that with everyone else. And you know what? Men need to hear this too. Because you don't know if your wife is going through something, your sister, your daughter. We have to share with our children how important nutrition is. You know, you have pizza one day or whatever, great. But you got to follow that nutrition or the basic core stuff. And it's so, let me tell you, I'm blown away with all the information, things I didn't know.
Yeah. And that's why I am so excited that this is what you're going to be diving into and sharing with women, because we need to hear these things. We don't need to just be thrown some hormones and just thrown that, you know, it's going to just do this and be over. Like, we need to actually understand what is happening. And Gina says, November what? She wants to know.
November 17, Gina.
November 17. Yeah. So she's like, yeah, we needs to know about it. And the thing is like, I feel your passion when you begin talking about it, because you've done your research. You've dug into understanding what was happening to you, and like, am I losing my mind, or what is happening here? And for you to take the time to do that, and now you want to serve that information and that knowledge forward. Do you know how many women you're going to help, and the men too? How you said, because the more that we can understand, the more we're able to explain and help men understand really what it's like when we're going through that change. You know?
Absolutely. I teach my sons. My oldest son just turned 29. My other son will be 27 in December. And then my youngest will be 21 in January. And whenever I've gone through stuff and I tell them, oh, you know, my shoulder, I thought, did I sleep the wrong way? Did I go like this? Frozen shoulder is it's a symptom of menopause. And I went to the doctor. Mom, my shoulder hurts. Send me to a sports specialist. You know, at this age in my life, no one has sat down and said, hey, you're going through menopause. Do you feel this way? Wow. Yeah, I had itchy ears for the last 2 years. I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, itchy ears. I was told, go see us, you know, what was it? An allergist. I was on allergy medicine and it wasn't doing anything. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm absorbing the knowledge, and it's great. And I want to always, my goal has always been, and I told you also, I want to serve women. I want to bring women connection and create that connection and community. And I didn't know exactly how, because I changed from when I first started women networking worldwide to now. We all do. Yeah. And I needed to find my concentration, my core thing. And I'm there now. I'm living it. I continue to live it. Yes,
what,
absolutely.
what do we got here? Okay, so Gina says her birthday is the 25th and she's been in menopause for years. She'll be 57 and she thinks it's awesome what you're doing. And she had issues with her wrists and had to wear night braces for them.
I did too. I had special braces for my wrists. If I go on through the list of things that it's all related to menopause because we lack estrogen, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, we need this information. We need we need the list. We
Absolutely.
need the information. And so, what do you see yourself? And let's just say, are you gonna start just like pouring information out? Are you giving like live little nuggets, or what do you? How do you see serving in this capacity?
So right now I'm doing posting information. An example like anti-inflammatory diet is a good diet, not only for women, for everyone, especially as you get older. So I'm putting posts about that. I've been creating videos. I'll share what I'm having for breakfast, you know, my Greek yogurt, my chia seeds, my blueberries, my walnuts, the importance of it because of the fiber and the probiotics because of the yogurt. So I'm creating and I'm sharing information. I'm pouring it out so then I can create a smaller group of women that say, I want to share. Listen, I want you to know, I always tell my ladies, I always go, hello, ladies. This is your friend, Jackie, the 54-year-old menopausal woman. And I'm here to share with you because it's important that we share, we build that community. I want you to know you're not alone. There's 50%, approximately 50% of our society right now going through menopause. That's a lot of people. A lot of women around the world. Yeah. So when I create my videos, I say, hey, comment below, let me know, or, you know, message me directly because I want to create a group and then continue to build up on that information. I want people, I want people to know you have a safe space. There's no judge. You can't judge anyone. We have our own experiences. It may be the same symptom, but the way you felt it or you embraced it or how your sister is going through it or the next person is different. But it's great to create a community, resources, facts, and that's what I want to do. I want to create that connection. I want to serve.
Yes, yes. I think that is so awesome. And Gina says she takes turmeric.
I do too.
Something. What's turmeric?
It's it's cumin. It's also it's the seeds that come from, I believe, cilantro. I'm not sure, but I take turmeric. I take vitamin D is very important, ladies. Omega-3 is very important. Fiber is very important. I take creatine for muscle mass and brain health because those things are important. You know, collagen is good for your nails, for your hair, for your skin. There's so many different things. I mean, I'm sharing every day. It's a full-time job to create content. And listen, and some days I just look like this, and other days I'll put on a little makeup, but when I'm looking like this is who I am. I feel better about that because before I would be very conscious. So, I don't look right. I got to do a hair. I got to do this. This is me. This is who I am.
And it's beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Yes. And Gina says, and no one wants to talk about it. Exactly. Like the whole topic, the whole subject, for whatever reason, maybe it's been around because of from generations.
It's been taboo.
Like, yeah, you just put it away. You just, don't talk about it. And it's like, why? We're all running around here. Like, what the heck's going on? And like you said, you gave a statistic, how many, 50%?
50% of our society of women are going through menopause, either perimenopause that can start as early as 35 years old. Wow. My mom was 36 when she started. Wow. I started between 40 and 41.
How do you know? Let's say you are younger, and how do you know to determine whether you're starting that phase of it?
Well, there's actually a quiz that you can do online, and it's under Dr. Mary Claire Haver's site, and I'll share the information with you. But it starts with night sweats. You can even have hot flashes then. Your body changes. I knew around 40, 41, something was different. I just didn't know what it was. I was in New York shoveling snow in a hoodie, and it was like 10 degrees. And I'm hot. And I'm outside with the snow. Things change your body. It's like you know your body, something's changing, but you don't know what it is. It changes your eyesight, it changes your teeth and cavities, it changes your body, your smell, everything changes, but you don't know what's going. And people will tell you it's part of life. Yeah. And then how many doctors sit down and ask you, well, maybe you're going through menopause, or say, what are your concerns? That's big. That's huge.
That is big. And Gina even says, and sex and menopause. Good God, that needs to be talked about too.
Yeah. If there's things like vaginal dryness, very low libido, there's a lot of issues also. If sex is painful, it's not fun for you to have it, but there's options. But we don't know, because sometimes we don't want to talk about it,
Right.
because we feel uncomfortable, but we can't. We're beautiful beings. We create human life through our body, and we need to be heard. And it's all about creating and finding that community. And I think it's important.
Love it. I love it. Oh, and she keeps. We need to just pull her up on camera. And she says, "And Latinas, our culture doesn't talk about it."
Oh no, you don't talk about that.
No.
She's going through the change, la menopausa. It's like taboo. I don't think they knew what it was.
No, I'm sure they didn't, because they didn't even talk about.
Nothing.
They weren't told anything beforehand, and they ain't told anything after. Like
it's the same thing, like a young lady going through getting her period, going through puberty. We're going through the same thing in reverse, and it's worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And that is facts right there, because
Absolutely.
you just didn't talk about it. And I didn't know that was just our cultural thing, but we didn't talk about it. You didn't want to know about it. Nothing. It's like it didn't even exist.
What happens at home stays at home. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love it. I love it. I am so excited for you, because this, like, women need this. Women needs this. And oh, Gina's like, I can tell you what Hispanic men say about it. You're cracking me up. You're cracking me up.
You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to continuing to grow with you and serve with you and build that hope. I'm looking forward to October.
Yes.
I'm
we're going on our retreat in Arizona.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward and continuing to work with you. Those questions, that opportunity. You're always so caring, and you're like, okay, I'm here for you. Ask.
Yes.
No pressure. I love it. I appreciate you. Thank you for having patience with me, and for being patient. And I've learned so much from you. I adore you.
And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And so if you were to give that person one bit of hope that you want to leave with them tonight, what is it?
I think that my hope, I know that the hope that I have always comes from a higher being, from a higher sense. Just remember, you're going to make it. You're always going to go forward. Everything's going to happen. Things will fall into place, and you're not alone. I've been through, and I'm here, but I never gave up. I never said, God, why me? I always change it. Why not me? Because I'm stronger now. I'm independent. I'm strong, and I'm strong enough to bring other people with me. So
love it. I
adore you. I adore you. I adore you. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing your time, because I know you've been going since early this morning. So thank you for being here tonight and being part of our 3rd annual Christmas in July Streamathon. So thank you, beautiful.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So we have, I don't even know who we have. Who do we have there? I can see some numbers. I don't know if you're on YouTube or if you're on Facebook, but if you're watching this and you can tell me who's still here. I know my sissy, I know is Miss Barbara Queen. And we have a little bit of free time, because our next guest isn't scheduled to come on until 2 a.m. Eastern, which is about 30 minutes, just under 30 minutes. And she is joining us from Australia. So it's actually going to be 2 p.m. her time and 2 a.m. our time. So we have some time to kill, and I'm thinking I can either play a video for you guys, or one of you can hop on and we can chit chat through it. But we had somebody, again, we're live TV, or not TV, but we had somebody that was at the 1:30 a.m. and they're just not going to make it, which that's okay. What is Gina's, what is that? What does that face mean? And, I could just chit chat with y'all, because, I got no problem like being on live. That's all great. But you tell me, do we want to watch a video of somebody that pre-recorded, or do we want to just like chit chat with each other until 2 a.m.? Because I'm not going nowhere. And that's part of live TV. What do we got? You've got 30 minutes. You want to come on here? Nah. She says nah. Then what do you mean you got 30 minutes? Chit chat. Okay. All right. Then ask me anything that you want. This is like a free for all. Because we're here for hope and inspiration, and whoever's there. If you got questions, tell me where you're tuning in from. Tell me what you want to know. Barbara Queen, if you're still on there, you know the link to hop right on in. Marika says, hello, lovely. Do I use the link you sent me in Messenger? Yes, in Messenger. Use that one, Marika. And Gina, I can send you the link if you want to come on. I'm going to do that right now. And you can, I'm going to text it to you. And then you do with it. Let me see. I'm going to paste this link, and we'll see. We'll see if my sister actually pops on here. It'd be wonderful. It'd be wonderful if you did. I texted it to you, Sissy. So if you can get that, because gosh, I haven't seen you actually in like forever. And maybe you can come on and like we can do a birthday celebration. So yes, we are rocking and rolling, you guys. We have 60 guests this year, and it's amazing because the first year we started, I think I had like 28. I think I had like 28. Oh, here she is. You guys are gonna be so excited. 28. You gotta turn your volume down. I think I had
What?
28.
What do I gotta do?
Wherever you're watching. Okay, you got it. Because I could hear my voice.
Listen, I'm on my big screen. I've been watching you all day. My 75-inch screen. So now I just scared myself because I can see myself on the dang TV.
Oh, I love you.
I'm
It is
a
so good to see you.
mess.
No, you're not. You look beautiful.
Hi, sissy. I miss
Hi.
you.
I miss you too. It's so crazy. I am like so excited that you are actually like jumped on here.
Oh, well, I mean, when you said 30 minutes for Australia to come on,
Mhm.
I thought I'll either shut my eyeballs here and then like I'd take a nap, but I'm like, no, I've never done that. So I've always stayed up with you. Where is my brother-in-law who we were on? Remember us three just
Yes.
talking away? Where's his little butt?
Well, he's
Sleeping?
probably sleeping since he's on Indiana time now. So
Oh, okay.
when he was in Hawaii, he was 6 hours different. So it was
Ah,
afternoon there. And so
right.
I'm sure he's
Oh.
getting his nap in. So
Gotcha. Oh,
yeah. So, oh my goodness. So hope and inspiration.
yeah. This
What
has
little
been amazing. This has been amazing. Every speaker has been amazing. And I literally have not taken a break with you. Like,
I know.
you know, that's why I look like this. Cause like I got up and I was just like, oh my gosh, it's almost time. I got to brush my teeth. I did clean my face and all that. But then I was like, well, in fact, let me just show you something real quick.
Okay.
Look who's tired. He's been listening all day too.
Oh, Vino.
There he is.
Oh, hello.
So I've had the TV up. That's why. because I get so much done, because I want to, but I want to see the speakers too. Like that was my whole thing. I love to see their expressions and the way they're on fire, their passion, when they get emotional, all of it goes together, and I love it. I love the whole thing, and I stay up with you 24 hours, and I'll be crashing when you crash, maybe, because I could probably still be
Keep
going. Yeah,
Well, and
like
that's me
Jackie.
too. Yeah, that's me too. Oh, Barbara says you two look like twins, beautiful queens. Yes, we do. Yes, we
Oh,
do.
hey, tell
And
her she was amazing. Like
yeah,
I just her diamonds stories and her angels like that. Wow. Yeah,
yes,
knew
yes,
what she's talking about.
yes, absolutely. The angels and but you like I get it because it's like tomorrow it's gonna be over, but I'm gonna still be wound up and
Yeah,
I'm just gonna keep going because that's just kind of how we
how we
live.
are. Yes. Yeah, we're night people.
We're night people. But I do. I actually wanna number one, you have witnessed like this whole transformation that of me doing like my thing for like ever. But for you to actually speak into somebody
Mm.
that doesn't have hope, that doesn't feel like it's going to get any better, that doesn't see that light at the end of the tunnel, do you have a message for that person?
Wow. Gosh, in our whole life, when I say our life, even though we've got 7 years between us, I think we've always been in a place, in a position that God has given us something inside of us that really almost doesn't even belong to us. Like we are meant to share this. Like this is something that is not almost even a choice at times for us. Or sometimes we don't even really know we are touching somebody just by sharing something, a message. And I'll have to tell you something a little bit because when I messaged, to let Jackie know, she and I used to be in the same arena in healthcare, of course, patient access and, associating ourselves with all of that. And I'd always been in leadership. So like almost 20 years of managing, that area of healthcare, what got all in emergency care. So mind you, in the ERs. So even through COVID and through all of that, I was able to survive that. But there came a time where I just knew God was he was starting to give me those messages that you can't ignore. And your body also lets you know when you've got to make a change. And so, and not like a menopausal change, like we just had that whole conversation with Jackie, which I loved. And, but physical changes and mental changes were happening. And I knew I had to make a change. So luckily enough, I was able to take off almost 8 months, I would say, of work and not work, and just really decide what is it that I'm going to do? What do I want to do? And I wasn't getting almost a clear calling. And I kind of kept saying, well, God, what is it? What am I supposed to do? And almost what I was directing myself to do based on, my husband in work and all of this. And I mean, his work going to be almost taking me to another country and, all of that. I just knew that wasn't it either. Like, I mean, I thought maybe I'm going to give that a chance, but then I just knew in my heart and in my gut, that wasn't it. Mm-hmm. And it was amazing when I just decided, but I got to go back to work. I know I need to do that. And I fell into this, almost immediately after the wedding, after your wedding, I mean, within 2 weeks of being back from Las Vegas, I applied for this job on a Sunday. And I got the call on the next Monday. So when you have that speaker on, okay, purple guy, because I remember he said that if I remembered, I can't remember his name right this moment, but purple guy.
Joseph. Yep.
Yes. I mean, and I commented about, whoa, I didn't even know that. Like, I wish almost that I would have known those things when I was stressing out about doing a resume, because I had not had to do that in over 10 years, but again, this is when I knew God was speaking me to this place, because to have filled this out on a Sunday, to get a call on a Monday, and I could not believe it. And then to have to make an interview time based on your wedding, because I knew I was going out of town, and just the way that it all fell into place. And I'm able to work at home. And it is the greatest thing. And I know Jackie had mentioned something about missing that connection. And people are asking me that right now. I mean, granted, I've only been in this job since March, but people are asking me, like, oh my gosh, you're such a people person, and you've just always, don't you miss it? I'm like, no, I don't. And I mean, I'm being straight up honest. Like, I don't miss it at all. I mean, I still love people. I do. And what I'm doing, and it'll kind of also even bring it to like Dawn Rodriguez. This cracked me up, because when she said she was an NP, so basically what I'm doing right now is I am working for a central scheduling. But what I do is I deal with patients that are scheduling with their primary care physicians, and or getting, pre-ops for surgeries, let's just say. What I have found, and I schedule for a lot of NPs and a lot of PAs. And so that like triggered me there, when she said that, and the urgent care and all of that. But what has been amazing, and, whether this ties into like the hope purpose, no, it does, because I'm going to tell you how that does. I speak to more elderly patients right now, and young ones too, but the elderly patients that I speak to have commented like all they need is just someone to understand, one, that they're electronically challenged. They absolutely, can't do some of these patient portals. They can't do this, can't do that. And nobody wants to give them the time. They want to rush them along. I have had more patients touch me and my soul, and it has been the greatest blessing. So when somebody on that other line tells me, God bless you, you've been my angel, you've been patient with me, you've just taken the time, all of those things make me feel so amazing. But it also lets me know God placed me right where he needed me to be. And I think I told you that one day, that I said, it is the most amazing thing when you can actually feel that there is no question and no doubt that you are right where God is making you be, and doing the work that he wants you to do at that moment. Yes. So that's why maybe that's why I don't miss folks. I don't know. But I think probably because I've been in the emergency care for so long, and I was dealing with patients, and I was dealing with staff, and I was dealing with all of it was something I loved for years. But then all of a sudden it was just like too much was being taken from me than I could refill myself up with. And so I was feeling it physically and mentally big time. So the hope part, I would just absolutely say, if there's any chance that you can just have that moment, whether it's a week, a month, a weekend, something to just be able to give you that soul care that you're going to have to just know what is it that I'm being called to do. You talk about it all the time. I mean, I know that night you called me about Broken Stronger, and by God, I was Googling whether, anybody had that name. We were doing that, and we were doing that at 2 a.m., or something like that. Your time, my time, can't remember. But I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that night. And, you know, and when I had said, you don't ignore that. Oh, heck no, that we can't ignore that. You got to jump on that. And, you know, I'm going to always be your biggest cheerleader. Oh, now I'll get sad. No, not sad. Proud. So proud to see what your speakers have to say about you, because it's what I already have been blessed to know my whole life. But to see what you're doing in their lives, it's amazing. So I'm proud of you, my beautiful sister. And I miss you. And I miss you so much. And I'm sorry I wasn't there at your birthday. You know, a week ago that you turned 50, you know.
50.
The old lady. I can't believe it.
Yeah, you're still older.
I cannot believe it. I know. I cannot believe it. Yeah, my baby sister is 50. That's freaky. Yeah.
No, it's it is. It's one of those things that you know, unless you get us, can you understand that in the beginning, like you saw the calling come to life, you know, through me, and I'm calling you saying like, oh my God, I'm hearing this message and this is like what's happening. What do you think? What do I do? And it's just been an amazing journey. And it's not even, you know, to me, it's been 6 years, maybe, you know?
Yeah, this year. Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy. We got Barbara, you two are such a blessing. Aw.
I loved her. Oh my gosh, she was so awesome.
Miss Barbara Queen. Knowing her, she'll be back on at some point too, because she's like us and we don't sleep. But you know what? Taking that time to step away and figure out what it is that you needed to do next. You know, people might not know this, but when COVID hit, not only did you have to work through it, but you got it.
Yeah.
And you got it bad.
I was hospitalized. You know? I was hospitalized at my hospital, where just days and weeks before we had people dying in our emergency room. And that was unbelievable. And I didn't even really think about like being scared at first, but I'll tell you one thing. And, you know, so many people that we, you know, was so new. I mean, you know, we started realizing it in March and I got it that November. And the crazy part about it is that, you know, I kept worrying about other patients. You know, our unit, you know, was full. And because I was in my own hospital, I was worried about, you know, them, you know, going and worrying about so-and-so and so-and-so, until I had this nurse. Well, all of the nurses were amazing. And to have the one nurse say, you know, like, whoa, I mean, she almost had to like smack me, because she is just like, you cannot worry about this hospital. You're a patient. If you don't get it together, you know, you are very sick. You have got to get it together and not worry about what's going on in this hospital. You know, the crazy thing is that I had so many amazing coworkers, and even the doctor, who is still just my own personal Patch Adams. And then it's like, you know, Dr. Lund, you know, and he is the one that convinced me, now's your time, you come in. Now there, you know, I'm at home. I mean, I tested positive like right around Thanksgiving. So, you know, I couldn't get the stuff together at the hospital that I normally would. And so that was on a Wednesday. On that Saturday is when I could no longer breathe normally at home. And he was like, you get your butt in here now. And I don't know if I had that guilt of, you know, these are my people, these are my coworkers, and, you know, I don't want it to be like I'm getting special care or, you know, extra special care.
Treatment, special treatment.
Yeah, extra treatment. Right. And that's why she had to realize, you know, smack me into that, like, because the one night, it would have been, I was in there on Saturday, and it was like on a Monday, that night in my sleep. I mean, I didn't know, I just hear this rustling, And I opened my eyes, and the nurse was just calm as could be. She was so, tiny. And she just was like, oh, I didn't mean to wake you. We're just going to give you something a little bit to help you breathe better. And it was nasal cannula, so oxygen through the nose. And I'm like, okay, all right, I'm tired, whatever. So they get that in, and I go back to sleep, whatever. And it was the next morning that they end up telling me, well, because I was getting remdesivir where they have to give you a shot at 3 a.m. Well, whenever they start it, then it's the same. In my stomach, I was sick enough that I would just like do whatever you got to do. But it was the next morning that they had told me how low my heart rate had dropped. And so had I not had the heart monitor on and it, alert them, would I have known like that? I mean, this is why people were dying at home, and had I not been in there, I very well could have died. So it wasn't until that next realization day that when they told me how bad it was, did I start thinking about things and about, Mom and you guys. And like, all I could do was text with you. I couldn't even talk because, just the oxygen and the breathing. But I went through this graciousness, this gratefulness, but just to add real quick, the next day, Tuesday night, my husband gets into the ER, gets admitted with COVID at my hospital. And then we haven't seen each other since he dropped me off at the ER. So it's been like 3-4 days. They ask him, he's like, can I just see her? Like, I haven't seen her, and they wheel him in and we get to just hold hands, and he sees me with oxygen, and it looks white as a ghost. He's Mexican, but he looks, and it wasn't until the next morning that one of the nurses said, they can't be in separate, no way. I mean, they're like, they can't give each other any more COVID. Like, we're going to put them together. So we were the first husband and wife, first two people to be in the same room together and get treatment together. Now, we were quarantined in there. We can't be away. We can't even leave our room, of course not. But it was amazing for our healing. And we're so grateful that, there were people that were, losing their partners, losing their, spouses. And it was such a bring me to my knees experience when I got home. Like, we came home, both of us. And we both had different experiences. We did. We both had different, things that, we both had the COVID pneumonia. He didn't have to have oxygen, but we had different things and different spiritual experiences with the whole thing. And I came out with the most greatest gratefulness, greatest high. But then, probably within a month or so, I crashed. And then I got the, whether it's survivor's guilt, which is a lot of it. And then, they called it COVID brain, the COVID fog and the COVID brain. And I knew I needed help. I knew it took me a good minute, but I knew this is not me. Like, what happened to this, like, great high I had, and I'm like, something's not right, And so when I did go to my doctor and she could explain to me a lot of what she was seeing, I knew myself, I need help. So I needed to get on an antidepressant, and and was going to talk all about it. Like, I wasn't one of those ones that was going to be like, oh, I can't tell anybody that, now I had staff that were like, oh God, thank you that you're going to go. And I mean, these have been staff I've had for years that, and I think just that whole admitting it, that it come to that realization that, I need it.
Yeah. And you need help. And it was such an amazing, experience, because we couldn't be there, I mean, it's like you were just kind of stuck, but to see the high and then to see the crash, and to just know that you do what you got to do to get through. And I just thank you for sharing that, because survivor's guilt is for real. You know, it is for real. And not everybody knows how to handle it and live with it.
No, I mean, because sometimes it does take medication, I'm really, I'm off of that now, but again, like Spencer's story, the Spencer that was just, on a little couple, that whole insurance thing. So that led me to just almost cleanse myself from medications that I needed to cleanse myself from, because I'd been on for years, Now, luckily I had the ability to have medical professionals that were friends that could, assist me in the weaning off and things that I needed to safely. And, but that was one of the reasons. I didn't have insurance for a good minute, and so that was one of the reasons. But the other thing was, I was almost getting called to, you and I know our history, and the alcoholism, and then seeing that Kathy, her story, and it being Dad's day he passed. I caught that immediately. But those things that we know are flags or things for us that we need to be aware of started happening again to me. And it was, put it this way, since the wedding in Vegas, I haven't drank. And it's because I started noticing certain things. Dawn mentioned the rosacea. Well, I'd get the temporary rosacea whenever I had an alcoholic drink, and I knew, wait, that's not supposed to happen. That's never happened to me before. And I started reading up on some things, and then all of a sudden it was like, I just didn't have a need for it. I didn't have a taste for it. I didn't have
God just took that away.
God just was like, boom, that. But I really felt Dad. I really felt Dad at that time, because just some things that were going on at that time, I knew it was Dad. Like, you got to stop that now, or, just, you got to stop that now as our dad.
I love you. This has been so amazing. I am so happy that you joined us. We're going to be hopping to Australia next.
Okay.
But I love you.
I'll still be here for you. I'll still be putting my stuff in the chat. Love you.
There you go. Mwah. All right. Love you, Sissy. Oh my gosh, that meant so much to me, my beautiful sister. And so we are going to take ourselves around the globe. And this is like so exciting for me. The queen that you are going to meet next, okay? She is joining us from Australia. She is a powerhouse. Her business is Let's Go Core. Her message is amazing. And I'm honored to be able to support her on her platform here very soon, but to have her be able to join us, she is going to take the stage, and I'm going to bring her on. Miss Marika Wessels, how are you, hon?
Good morning. No, good afternoon for me. Good morning, Lena. How are you?
I am doing wonderful, and it is so great to be able to finally catch you on an afternoon that actually works for you. So, you're not waking up at all the crazy hours to be on our time. So awesome to have you here. How are you feeling?
Better. I'm glad that I took that step back and just rest for a moment. So I'm feeling better, and I am ready for this. I am like, Lord, lead the way, because I never practice for anything like that. I'm just, before I start, is Lord, lead the way. That's all.
Yes. Lord, lead the way. And I want to give you the full screen, because do you want the full screen, or you want to stay interactive?
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
because your message is powerful, and because your business is a standalone. Like you can have this time to truly speak into those that you know need your message. And I want to give that to you. But I'm cool to be here, but I'm thinking like I can give you that time. Would you like that time? Okay.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's do this. And there you go. Here's your time.
So, hello everybody. It is so awkward to talk to myself and see myself here. Hi, I'm Marika. I'm originally from South Africa, so that is where the accent comes from. My first language is Afrikaans, so which means sometimes it's going to look like there's a glitch in the internet, but it's just me trying to convert my Afrikaans brain into English. So, to tell you what I do, I need to tell you a little bit about me and where Let's Go Core came from. So, like I said, I'm originally from South Africa, and on my 30th birthday, we moved to Australia. And that day, it was my birthday. I was 30 years old, but I was still feeling like a 16-year-old vulnerable child. I was still feeling like this woman. I'm 30 years old. I didn't have a voice. I didn't know how to speak up. I was a people's pleaser. And that day at the airport, I decided I told myself, my 16-year-old child, I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave you here in a safe spot. I know it's you don't leave your inner child there, but for me, it was like, I need to let you stay here in South Africa so that I could go and find out who was I, who am I, without my environment, without my family, without my friends, without everything that I was struggling with, myself with. I couldn't even look myself in the mirror. I was struggling. The person that was looking back at me, I didn't know that shy girl. I didn't know that people's person. And so over the last 4.5 years, I really needed to go and dive deep into my healing journey. Because I'm a survivor of sexual abuse and childhood trauma, I just knew that I was supposed to break a cycle. When I was 17 years old, I went to the social worker and I said, hey, it's time for me to tell my story. And the detective came in, and that day he said, Marika, you know that you just broke the cycle. And I was like, I'm 17 years old. What is a cycle breaker? I don't even know what you mean, but I guess it's a good thing. And so fast forward to 30, I was always trying to get just go on, like just living in my mind, just go on until we moved to Australia and I started to really work on my healing journey. And over the last 4.5 years, Let's Go Core was really born, because going core means going inside, not out there, going inside of yourself. The core framework is all about limiting beliefs, the courage to grow. The C stands for courage to grow. O stands for overcoming your fears. R stands for responsibility for your actions. And E stands for enjoy everything that comes your way. So the C, courage to grow, was for me, it's time for me to say, okay, enough is enough. Let's start this healing journey. You were told that you're a cycle breaker. So it's time for you to go on this healing journey, break this cycle of generational curses, make an impact. And overcoming your fears was for me to start ripping off these labels, like really ripping off these limiting beliefs that people have so bluntly put on my body. You are not enough. You will never find a loyal husband. It was all your fault. You asked for it. All of these things that were told to me from a young age, I was starting to believe it. And I was that person, living in all of these limiting beliefs. And then I was starting to rip it off. And the responsibility for my actions. It was time to set some healthy boundaries. And oh my goodness, when you're starting to set some healthy boundaries, you are going to lose a lot of friends and family members. But that's okay. And enjoy healthy relationships. for so long. Me and my husband has been married for 13 years. We know each other for 17 years. I was 17 years old when I met him. We are 17 years together. So he has been with me through my healing journey. And for such a long time, I had like a checklist. Like, if he marries me, he loves me. If he does this, he loves me. And I was trying to search for my value in other people's opinions. I was so afraid that what would people think if I spoke up? What would people think if I were telling my story? But queen. I am getting excited because I am on the verge of launching my 12-week core course and my business to help other women to heal, grow, and thrive. This pink, some of you might know me in my Facebook lives with my almost apron. Not my apron. What do you call this thing in English? Gown. I think it's a gown in English for me. But anyways, normally you will see me in this. Not because I don't have beautiful clothes to wear. It's just when you meet me, you will see me as me. And I had to learn how to show up as my authentic self. Some people don't like my authentic self. And learning to embrace the fact that it's okay to love yourself and that's enough is a powerful, powerful thing. Now that I'm just now speaking, like I said, Lord, lead the way. Psalm 23 just came up now in my mind, and I would quickly want to stop there, because Psalm 23 was the only verse in the Bible that I was reading when we went through all of those things. When I was a child, that was the only verse in the whole Bible that I would read each day. The Lord is my shepherd. And I was clinging on that, the Lord is my shepherd. And now I'm trying to say it in English, but to know that He was with me every time. He never leaves me. He never left me. And He put this passion in my heart to help other women, to speak up, to speak up and be a voice for someone who couldn't speak up or spoke up, who are now currently don't have a voice and are struggling with their self-worth, with their self-love. I know for a fact that I was sent to do that. So Let's Go Core is my framework. That is how it all started. But I also have a movement, Speak Up Queen, where we are going to invite women who are ready to tell their story. So, yes, I think I'm done.
No, I love it. I love it. I wanted to give you that time because I do. I want to talk about Let's Speak Up Queen. I want to talk about the platform that I am coming on to support you, because I believe like true collaboration is something that we as women need to bring forward, because and I love to talk about this because how we found each other was through the toxicity and the healing of through relationship. And people could look at the work that we do, like those that look at competition and I can't support somebody who's in the same arena as me. And oh my gosh, we do so much better together. And we are a prime example of what that actually looks like. So I'm coming onto your platform very, very soon. Tell us more about that, because you are a gold sponsor of our Christmas in July Streamathon, and I want to give you that opportunity to share what you have coming up.
Oh my word. Like yesterday, I know this is alive, but the geeks are building my memberships, my membership and my summit, and we were just finalizing everything. And one of the things she asked me is to send in some bloopers, to show the audience what I'm doing behind the scenes. Because when you are doing an event like this, there goes a lot of thought, there goes a lot of limiting think like, oof, I don't know if I must do it, but let's do it anyway. And there goes so much energy into it. And I was like, oh, okay, let me go and see what bloopers is there. And I'm like, okay, I will come up and I will share it. And it is just for me, the way Speak Up Queen, that is going to be a yearly summit. Speak Up Queen, it's time to heal, grow, and thrive. It's a 3-day summit where wonderful women, I'm only choosing 3 women. Elena's on day 1 about healing and forgiveness. And then on day 2, it is Rachel Davy. She's going to talk about personal growth. And then we've got Dagmar Torres. She's going to talk about thriving. And I handpicked each one of these amazing women, not because they are, how can I say it? They've got 100,000 followers, or they are, I don't know what you can call it, but because each one of them in the last 4.5 years were my mentors, even though they might not even know it. I was listening, even if I didn't shout out loud, hi, I'm here, but each one was handpicked because each one moved me. And they moved me into a direction of growth, of, okay, if she can do this, if Elena can forgive someone, what makes me so special that I can't forgive someone that have hurt me? It's just amazing how Elena talked about collaboration. Last year I had honored to have a summit of 24 speakers, which was amazing. This year I am making it less, but more bolder, more louder, more bigger, because the version that I was last year and the version that I'm now, she's another person, and I'm so proud of her, because if I look back, I'm from a small town in South Africa, and everyone knew us. Everyone knew the abuse. Everyone knew us, and everyone was silent. The older people would rather be quiet than to speak up for us as children. The older generation would not say, oh, okay, I know that there's something wrong. Let's try to help. I think it's that generation where everything needed to be under the rug. And because what would people think if I spoke up about, if I tried to help someone? And now I think I am the voice for so many other women there that I'm like, we are going to speak up. We are going to speak up and make a ripple effect. We are the cycle breakers. We are the trauma stops with us. I've got a son. I don't want my trauma to affect my son. I don't want my son to be 30 years old, not knowing where he belongs in the world, not knowing if he can have a voice, if it's okay to speak up. No. My movement is to help women from a young age to know that it's okay. If no one else believes you, queen, you've got a lot of queens out there that is going to be your voice. That's going to be your support system. If you don't believe in yourself yet, we believe in you. We believe in you. Your story matters. Your voice matters. God gave us a voice. And we take our voice for granted. We don't hear ourselves. And then when I'm on platforms like this or collaborating with other women, and I can share my story without feeling ashamed, without feeling like, oh, but there's competition. Their story is like mine, and there's no place for me in this group. I mean, queen. This is amazing places for us as women to come together and say, enough is enough. It's time for us to speak up. Abuse happens all the time. It can be verbal, it can be emotional. I don't care. Abuse is abuse. And to have a safe space for you, that is what Let's Go Core is all about. To have a safe space for you to heal, grow, and thrive. Because I was 17 years old, because after you speak up, you need to go to a therapist. And this therapist was like, she had a notebook and I had to pay her money. And she would sit like this, writing down notes, and I would tell my story, re-traumatized, by the way. Then she tells me, go home, go and write down everything full in detail down, what happened to you, okay? Then I was re-traumatized there. My nervous system is out of bounds. I am re-triggered. I don't know what to do. I go back and the same thing, rinse and repeat. And
Wow.
that's the day when I've got nothing against any therapist, any psychologist. I can't even say their names. But for me, I'm just a life coach, which means that I am just here holding your hand, giving you support that you need. And Let's Go Coach community is all about that safe space where you're not going to be judged. You are on your own healing journey. You are having the right resources to calm your nervous system. I am giving you the resources that when you are triggered, when someone is pushing your boundaries beyond limit, you have the right resources to start, to say, you know what? Okay, listen to my body. Am I overwhelmed? Heck yeah. Am I re-triggered? Yes. Okay, what happened? What was happening? Maybe someone was just telling you, oh, can we go for, let me say, for a coffee? And you were like, oh, I'm not in the mood really right now, but okay. But then again, then it's like your gut is saying, not now, maybe later, not now. And you're like, okay, but I'm a people pleaser. So let's just say yes. And then you are like, oh, I should have said no because I know that I've got this. And healing is a journey and it's going to be messy. It's a messy story. Going up and down. Before what I'm like going, like you can definitely see that I don't work from off a page or something because I'm just all over the place, but I will get to the point sometime. But
I love it. I love it.
but some you talked about the summit, and that is where the bloopers come in. It's coming to life. This summit is really coming to life. And last week I had Rachel first to do a recording, and I was an hour before I needed to start to record her. I was feeling overwhelmed. Like, seriously, I didn't have enough sleep because I was pushing myself beyond my own boundaries. I didn't listen to my mindful voice that's telling you, Marika, go to sleep, take a step back, rest a little bit. And at the end of the day, I was overwhelmed. And an hour before I recorded, I was like, I don't think I can do this. I think I must just phone all of you and say, I'm going to cancel the summit. And then I was like, oh, I don't know what I must do. And I was like, okay, Marika, you are always talking and teaching people to go outside, sit on the grass, be mindful. And that's exactly what I was doing. It was like my body, because I can see my grass out there. It was like my body just like, oh, you look so delicious. Come and eat. And I was like, ooh, yes. And I was like going outside and I was just sitting flat on my bum. And I felt the sun on my face, and I closed my eyes and I hugged myself and said, I'm safe. I am adaptable. I'm mindful. And I just said my affirmations like that. And then I was just listening to the wind going through the leaves and the birds that was singing. And I was like, okay, now I've got this. I didn't come so far to quit because normally when we are on the verge of success or a big movement, fear will come and it will try to steal it away from you. It will try to say, no, you don't deserve this. And then this small little, I don't want to say servant because I'm the queen, but this small voice, you just want to tick, 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 tick. But even though there's 1,000 or 100 women or one woman on this side saying, Marika, you can do this. You can do this. we still listen to this one small voice that's telling us, no, no, no. And that's where the core framework really comes in. Because that is where we learn about limiting beliefs, affirmations, declarations, and how powerful our minds are and our bodies. The Lord gave us this human body to heal ourselves, to talk to ourselves in a positive way. It's just, I must for a moment.
No, I absolutely love it. I mean, number one, you are my ball of sunshine. Every time, just your presence just makes me smile every time. But to see the work, number one, it is hard. It is hard. You're tired. You think, why am I even doing this? There's times that I know I've wondered, like, is it even making a difference? Like you go through these things, and I'm so glad to know that you pushed yourself through that thought of just canceling, because we've all been there for many different reasons. And I want to bring up the fact there was a time not that long ago that you had left me a message, and you had asked, I wish I could just, how did you say it? I wish I could just almost like see how you do it. Like a day in the life is kind of how I just want to see a day in the life. And, I think that there's many times we see something and we wonder, how do they do it? How did they make it look so easy? And that was a really important question, because it's different for every single one of us. It really is different. But the thing that we have in common, the thing that remains consistent amongst us all here, is that purpose that we know is greater than us, and we will figure it out some way. And we need each other through those times.
Yeah, because I think for such a long time, I saw everyone as a competition. I was like, I don't know. I want to hold everything for myself. I don't want to tell anyone anything. I want to just hold it for myself. And that was a limiting belief. That was insecurity in myself. I was insecure about myself. And that's why I was like, okay, no, I need to keep everything for myself. And on this journey and ripping off these limiting beliefs and replacing them with powerful affirmations, I was like, there is a bigger world out there. And I am great. I know that we've lost so many people in COVID's time. And there was a lot of things. But one thing positive about COVID was we are all online. We can now connect worldwide. There's not just, it's just in your town or just in your country. It's now worldwide.
Yes.
And to know that everyone has a story, and we see the map through our own eyes that was mapped out with our experiences, and to just know that, okay, this lady she has a story, and to know that that's not a competition, that is like, I think when you are ready to tell your story, and you can really tell your story to make a change in the world, I am just like, Queen, let's do this, because I'm the biggest cheerleader, because I know how hard it was to find my voice. I know how hard it was to say, okay, enough is enough. It's time for me to leave a legacy. It's time to show every woman out there who is struggling that if I can do it, so can you. Yes, we are on all different levels in our healing journey. And it's a journey. It's not a quick fix. Let me tell you, if someone tells you, here's a pill for healing, drink it and you are going to be healed. You are going to not feel any, you know your confidence, and you don't are ever going to struggle. I don't
Run,
think
because that's the yeah, I was gonna say, get away from that like right away, because that is not how it works.
that is not how it works. And for me, like you said, I've asked you, what is the life a day in your what did I don't even remember what I know exactly that message, but I can't remember how I said it. But I what I wanted to ding 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 ding. Sorry, the Afrikaans brain and English is now getting mixed up. What I wanted to say. Let me just quickly think for a moment. Well, the question that I was asking was because, like you said, sometimes we are wondering and we are all on our different journeys, and it's not going to happen overnight. I know some people said, "Oh, Marika, but you are now suddenly you are doing this, doing that," and I'm like, "Oh, do you know it took me 4.5 years to get this confidence to launch my 12-week course? Do you know how much I procrastinated with that 12-week course? Do you know how I didn't want to do it? I had it all. When the geeks asked me, Marika, you need to do a journey mapping and we need to know your course. I was like, oh, here it is. And I was like, here's my pack. And they were like, oh. And I'm like, why didn't you say anything or why didn't you promote or start? And I was like, it was not time. I wasn't ready. Emotionally, I wasn't ready. Yes, I could have sold it last year or a year before that. But I needed to do I needed a lot of more growing because I think when we are people that is in the work of transformation, trying to help other women or other people, we are always like, I need to know more. I need to learn more because I want to give more value. I don't want to say, okay, here's my course, and then just stay stuck. Because personal development, that is really what changed me. Yes, I started with network marketing, and network marketing for me was mindset. That was something that was like, what is mindset? I was 30 years old and I didn't know what affirmations was. And then I was like, okay. Bob Proctor said we need to write something down on a little paper. I am happy and I'm so happy and grateful now that I am blah 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 blah. I'm like, oh, okay. He's old, I will listen to them because one thing we need to know and we need to learn is these books, these people that have lived before us, your Rice book, you are telling us a story. Why on earth why would we want to reinvent the wheel? That people have already walked the walk and they are giving us knowledge. They are sharing their knowledge with us. And the affirmation was like, okay, he's old, let me respect him and let me listen to him. And I was like, okay, then I was like, oh, now I have to look myself in the mirror. I'm like, oh, screw. Okay, let's just do it. I'm like, I am enough. And I was like, I am enough. I am enough. And then I was like, okay, he said that I need to put in some energy. And I was like, what do you mean, like an energy drink or something to make life? And I was like, no, your frequencies, you need to have a higher frequency. I was like, okay. And then I was like looking myself and I'm like, I am enough. I am enough. You are enough. And I was like, just talking to myself. My husband was like, huh? What are you doing? And I was like, I'm talking to myself. I'm telling myself that I am enough. It's like, okay. And then it was first I didn't believe it. I thought it was very funny. And at the end, when something was hitting me, that thing was, I was like, I am enough. Go away. Go away. I am enough now. Now you're not gonna tell me anymore what's going on. I know that I know my love, my worth. And the thing that I had to learn over the last 4.5 years was, if I can't love myself, I can't pour into someone else. I can't pour into someone else. If I didn't love myself, although I love my husband and my son, I didn't know what true love was until I started to love myself first. It was like the walls just broke down. And I was like, okay, I don't need to seek for validation. I don't need my checklist about, okay, if he cleans the kitchen, he's loving me. If he does this. It was like when I started to know who I am and show up as my authentic self, everything was just falling into place. I was starting to hear him. I was starting to say, okay, because when you are a survivor, you think that you are on your own. You have protected yourself for so long that you don't need anyone. You don't need a man. You don't need anyone because you're an independent woman. And but when you start to break down these walls, you actually start to listen. You are starting to listen to their pains, their voices, because they matter. They are with us in this journey. It's not us anymore. I mean, my husband is my safety resource. My husband is, when I'm feeling overwhelmed, he knows exactly. Just give her a hug. If I'm in the angry mama, he just like, come here, give me a hug. And it's like, okay. And that's the importance of knowing when you are triggered. When you are triggered, you need to calm your nervous system. Some of us are praying. Some of us have a coach. Some of us have a group where we can just go and vent. Some of us have our husbands that is supporting us. And to know each one is on their own journey. Like I said, one day, me and my son was arguing. And I was like, you know what? I'm 34 years old. You are 11 years old, which means I've never been 34 years old. I've never been a mom to an 11-year-old boy. We are on this journey together. So we need to figure it out together. We don't have second chances. This is what we get. So we need to listen to each other and to know each other's love language. Because if I that's something that I also teach in my course, is about love languages. Because for me, my husband hates it when I leave the closet open. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I leave the closet open. That is something. It's like you've got this mom brain and you need to do lunch boxes and you leave the closet open because you're gonna get something later. You don't know what, but you're leaving it up.
You know you are.
Can't you just close the door? It's so easy. And I'm like, okay. And then I learned love languages. And I was like, oh, okay, let's see which one is each other's love. And mine is words of affirmation and physical love. Touch. And I was like, when you tell me I am enough and oh, I've got this, that is when my cup is like pouring. And when I am closing the door after I'm using it, that's that's filling your cup. My son is gifts. It doesn't need to be $1,000 gift. It can be like a chocolate. Just giving him that chocolate to learn each other's love languages. There is just like a lot of fights has just been cancelled.
Yes, and that's beautiful. I mean, to even just a lot of fights have just been canceled by learning each other's love languages. That's I love that. I love that.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, why did I need to? What were we actually talking about? I'm like, and then my husband, when I had an interview previously on a podcast, my husband was listening. He's like, you know that you were talking so much. Do you know what? I'm like, you know what? The right people will listen to my message, whether it is through going through a corner to get there, they will get the message I need to hear.
I love it.
As long as they hear what I need to hear, that is all. Because we all have our own people. Some people is gonna listen to you, what you're telling. Some people is gonna listen to me, and that's the power of collaboration. About Speak Up Queen. We all have our safe spots, safe spaces where each one of us feel confidence, feel relaxed, and know that these are our people. This is our people. Yeah.
And you are my people. Like I do. I absolutely love you. And this is like a prime example because and I know I've said this before, like I don't even know how we came into each other's world. Like you're halfway around the globe, and like it's I don't even know how, but it's just divine. I just absolutely.
I also don't know. I don't know how we've met. I know me and Dagmar. I was like, Dagmar, can you tell me a little bit where did we meet? And I was like, Marika, it was on the most powerful women 2 years ago, and she knew exactly the date and time. I was like, oh, now I feel bad because I can't remember. I know that we've met and it was powerful, but I can't remember where. And that's exactly now. I don't know how we've met, but the Lord knew exactly that we needed to meet in a certain time of day. I don't know where, but we needed to be. We met. I don't even know what year.
Yeah,
but
it's been a couple years already. Like it's been several years.
I think Facebook needs to remind us. You've got a friendship reminder of you and the and then we will come back and tell them, oh, we've met on this day.
I love that. Yeah, we gotta wait for Facebook friendship reminder. You've been friends for this many years, but that's like the beauty of it, though. It's I honestly I can't remember. I just know that we have been connected for years. We're in the years, so it's just been beautiful to be able to watch the growth and the hustle and the grind, and because it's not easy, and we need to be there to support each other when those times when you want to give up and say, no girl, you ain't going to give up. Take a pause, take a break, take a nap, do whatever you need, but you're not giving up because we believe in each other that much.
And each movement also, we all have different movements. We all have different whys. I mean, my why is something all different from yours. Mine is to be a voice for my mom and my sisters, to show them the example that I'm the cycle breaker. I'm going to show you that if I can do it, so can you. I am like leaving my son a legacy without, okay, he's going to have trauma. Let's face it, we are going to, can't protect him from trauma. But to have the resources to say, when something happens to you, this is what you need to do. Use it, and to help when he's marrying a woman that was abused or was struggling with herself. I want my son to know exactly how to treat this woman, how to make her feel safe in her own body, respect her.
And that is very special. Like that is very special because that's coming from a perspective that is so important. So that's the generation coming up that's so important.
Yes, definitely. Because we don't know who's watching. We don't know who's watching us. There are silent people out there. Some of them are holding their breath for you to fail because you have cut off those lines or those boundaries that they can't abuse you anymore. And then there are some of them, your silent cheerleaders that is there, but they don't say a thing. And then there is the loud people that is like, woohoo, I know her, and just talk about it and share it with the world. And that's what my son was. He was going on, where was it? On YouTube. I was in network marketing, and they've asked me to speak a few times. And he was Googling my name. And he was like, Mom, you are a celebrity. You are on YouTube. And I was like, oh, my son. Thank you. Thank you.
That is so special. I mean, it is. It's so special. And it does mean so much because he's proud, he's proud.
And that is what, I mean, for a long time, how can I say it? I felt like we were disconnected as a mom and son because I only had 1 month maternity leave, and then I had to go back to work. And I was also still struggling with my trauma, and I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. But I knew when I put that baby on me that I needed to do something. I wanted to protect him with everything that I had. I want him to let no one ever touch him or no one ever hurt him the way I was hurt. And everything was going good for a time. And then suddenly, after my miscarriage in 2017, it was like a break in my family. For a year, I didn't rely on my husband or my son. I was just diving deep into my work because I was hurt. Because once again, it's something that they don't teach us is when you are going through, here is some resources. Here is some things that can help you go through these things. Journaling, art therapy, all of these amazing things that is there. Affirmations. Yeah, affirmations can't help you through grief, but even through grief. My mother-in-law that passed away last year, Jessie Lee Ward, one of my mentors that also passed last year. I lost 3 mentors or a
Wow.
powerful 6 months. And
Wow.
it was like, oh, okay. These women, my mother-in-law, she was amazing. And then Jessie Lee, she taught me how to be authentic. Like that queen, she was like, I'm going to show you how to show up like yourself. She was always full of dog hair on her lives, and the dogs flickered. And I was like, she just didn't give a damn what people think. I was like, I need to learn what I need to get that confidence to show up as myself. Um, and that is why we are doing the things that we are doing. Why we are your Christmas in July. We are giving everyone a resource, not because we want to hold it for ourselves and because we want to save it for our children. We want to share it with the world because that was some things that we needed. I needed some resources to when I was sitting in that almost a classroom in that therapist room. I needed to know they didn't teach us. Okay, you are gonna get traumatized. You are gonna get re-triggered. But when this happens, take a minute, breathe, tap yourself, tell yourself you're safe now, because because healing can't take place when our bodies doesn't feel safe. We can tell ourselves, oh, you're confident, we can tell ourselves all of these things, but if our bodies doesn't believe it, healing won't take place. We can BS ourselves for years telling that we are okay, everything is okay, but when our bodies, our amazing bodies, is not believing it, we are going to go back to bad patterns. And then you're gonna like, why I for 2 weeks I didn't do something, and then suddenly it's like for 2 weeks I didn't care if my husband forgot to put out the garbage bag. And then suddenly one day he's not doing it and I'm just losing my shit. And I was like, okay. And then it's like, but why? It's just a, and I was like, and I was like ready to fight. I've got all of the, and when we are survivors, we remember everything. So, and we don't forget. And when we are ready for that arguments, if we are ready, we are really ready with the past and everything. And to learn that, phew, okay, why did you just reacted that way? Was it because of the garbage bag that didn't bother you yesterday? Why now? And then I was like, okay, what is going on in my life now? What am I going through now that needs me to take a step back, listen to my body, because your gut is going to tell you when something is not right. And then I'm like, you know what? I am a little bit stressed. And that's when we are starting to talk to each other. I'm sorry. I was on when I started my personal development journey. Tony Robbins said something about each day. Tell yourself, tell your partner or your child, "I'm sorry, forgive me, thank you, and I love you." And it was 4 years ago, and still each night before we go to bed, my son will lay in his bed, and and we will be in our bed, and I will scream to him, "I love you, forgive me, thank you, and I'm sorry." And each time we go to bed with that, what's happened today it's done. So when we are like fighting and things like that, I'm like, and knowing when you're wrong, because oh my goodness, I was never wrong. I knew that I was always right. And when you are on this healing journey, you will actually start to say, you know what, there's two in this relationship. Your feelings is not the only feelings. I know Elena Cardone said when she and Grant was like, you need to have 50% in the relationship. And she was like, no, I'm giving 100% of myself, and my husband is giving 100% of himself.
Yes.
And that was like, oh, that's so true. I don't want to just give 50% of myself to my husband. I want to give 100%. And together we can be 200%, but still, the healing journey is just amazing. I'm just getting excited because when you are on this healing journey, so many things is falling into place. Your relationship. I mean, the fact that my husband didn't leave me, I think is a miracle. Because
that your husband didn't leave you is a miracle.
I wouldn't handle myself. I would like, there you go. I can't handle you. I'm tired of you. But he was like, he's my rock. He came into my life when I was 17 years old. I was lost. I was really lost in my life. And he came in and he saved me. And sometimes I put him on a high pedestal, and then I'm like, when he's making a mistake, I'm like, why do you make a mistake? You are and that is the best thing about when you're on your healing journey and you start to open up more and you start to tell your story more. You are going to get this energy inside of you, especially if you're starting to tell your story and you don't need. That's the other thing when we are talking about speak up, queen. The world doesn't need to know what happened, the bad that have happened to you. What I do need to know is, what did you do to get out of that dumps? What helped you when you were going through that? For me, it was Psalm 23. That was the thing that saved me in my early childhood years. And then my husband, I know one of the people that I was talking about, she was like, do you know how lucky you are to have found the love of your life at the age of 17? Some of us that have been through abuse go back to our abusers or types of people that's still going to be abused because we are addicted to that environment, and that you are lucky to have that husband that that just loves you for who you
Yes.
are.
Yes. And it is, it's the, when they call it, you almost get addicted to the pattern of the toxicity. It's almost like you can't imagine your life without that fight, because it's, the pattern, and patterns are addictive. And so whether it's a positive pattern or a negative pattern, at least the pattern and you're comfortable with it. And some people actually choose to repeat it, stay in it, find it again, seek it, and it just happens again and again and again. It's a cycle for real.
And that was what me and my husband, he said to me, I'm not going to marry you before you are not starting to do these things. Because for almost 5 years, each day, I was craving that arguments. Because I grew up in a house where arguments were normal.
Mm-hmm.
So after school, I moved in with him, and every day I needed to argue. It was like a craving inside of me that I was like, I need to argue with you, because then argue, make up, argue, make up. And luckily, my husband was the calm one. He was like, sorry, you're not going to get the attention of me. And then he would walk away, and I was like, oh, I need to fight now. And then I had to learn how not to fight anymore. This is crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm just cracking up because I get it. Like, no, I need to fight now. And so for the event that you have coming up, right? For the event that you have coming up, can people register for it? Do they sign up? Like how can people join in to Speak Up Queen?
Okay. You also have your unique link, Elena, so you can share it on your platforms. Or otherwise, you can just go to www.speakupqueen.com and it will be there and you can register. There is a VIP session where you can upgrade to VIP, where I am going to do a workshop about forgiveness on day 1. Day 2, we've got a live Q&A. And on day 3, what am I doing on day 3? Can't remember what I'm doing on day 3, but I'm also
Something
going
special.
live. Yes, each day I'm going to go live.
Yeah.
And you're also going to get like a mini course about manifestation, how to manifest the things that you need in life. That's just something that I wanted to give, because we are talking about limiting beliefs. We are talking about affirmations and declarations. And that was like, that is something that's in my framework that I really want to give you, because we need it. We need to. It's and you're going to get last year's. Oh, the other thing that you're also going to get when you're getting upgraded is last year's 24 recordings of the Supercharge Your Self-Worth Summit, where this queen next to me, I don't know, this way, was also in. And I was cutting one of the parts of our where we spoke, and I've asked you a question about when you were struggling with your self-worth, and you were giving so much things in that 5 minutes, and that was just part. I think our recording was like an hour or 40 minutes, I'm not sure, but that just the things that you get in summits and with people that's telling their stories and helping, you are getting so many ahas. And I am very guilty about going and joining summits, listening to it, put it back in the closet, going on with my life. And I want to encourage you, if you are ready for change, then watch it and implement the things that these ladies is teaching you.
Yeah.
If you are going to put it in the closet, don't bother to come. And that might sound harsh, but we need people that's going to say, you are here, you signed up, you gave your time to change. That is why we are here. We are coaches. We are here to mentor you. We are here to not have a whip, you know?
Yep. And I agree with that, like 100%. Like I had somebody, and I talked about this, I think it was a year, well, it could be almost 2 years now. It honestly could be almost 2 years, that somebody wanted to take a program that I was doing, and they wanted to market it and automate it and all of this stuff. And they were putting a high ticket price to it and all of that. And I thought this is all great, but I said, no. I actually said no, because I need to know, is somebody watching it? Is somebody doing it? Do they have a question? Are they getting out of it what I know they can't? I'm not about just get them out there and not ever knowing, did it do what it was meant to do? And are they truly getting support through it? So I get what you're saying. It's not harsh. The reason that it comes out that way is because we actually care. We actually care about the results that people are getting, not just selling this thing off just to do that. And so I actually think that is showing that it's true love for the work and understanding the responsibility that our work actually carries. It's important. It's important what we're doing, you know?
Definitely. I was like confidence. I'm reading a book of confidence as something, and she was talking about responsibility. And the responsibility is, it's your response, but it's your ability to respond. So it's your ability. It's your ability to respond to the things that you are receiving. And it was like, yes, I am here. I just want to help 1,000 women to speak up. I just want 1,000 women to find their voice and speak up. Going through the core system or the core framework, and then just are ready to speak up. And one person like Hope is helping one person every day. And that is what I want to do. Am I going to open the doors when I'm launching the end of the month after the summit, my core course to all the world? No, 10 people. I'm just helping 10 women. Why? Because I've seen so many big people that were selling their courses. 1,000 people joined. I'm one of them. I've joined. Did I do everything? Absolutely not. It's in the closet. I left it in the closet. Even though I've spent so much money on it, it's in the closet because either I wasn't ready to do it, or I was just, I don't know what I was thinking. Or maybe I just had a lot of money that I wanted to spend. But these women, before you even gonna sign up with me with my 12 week course, we are gonna have an interview. Like if you are ready, are you ready to go and heal, grow, and thrive? Because everyone can say, okay, I want to heal. I want to heal and find my voice. But everyone can say it. But the doing part is the hardest part. To know that you need to rip down these labels, you need to rip off these limiting beliefs. You need you are going to have to cut some lines, friendships. You are going to have to cut those boundaries, people that have pushed you.
Yes.
And to say, okay, you know what? Enough is enough. I'm a cycle breaker. Let's do this.
there we go. Let's do this. The cycle
Yes.
breaker. So this has been absolutely amazing to be able to have you join us and have this time to just share and pour in, because I love your passion. I love your energy. And I actually love the fact that we have been connected for this many years to see the growth and the impact that we're making. And I will be sharing the link. I've been so behind on everything getting prepared for this, and so we're catching up on that, but I will share the link. Speak Up Queen, we are coming out here very, very soon, and we'll get it out there.
Thank you. I must say thanks for having me. You are making such a great movement, such a great change in the world. With this Christmas in July, I know that you are doing it for your why and to help other women and other families. And it is just, I just wanted to take a minute and just say thank you, Lena. Thanks for, you might not always hear me say it, but I listen and I hear you. And yes, you matter and you are amazing. You are really a powerful, badass queen. And it's such an honor to call you my friend and my mentor, and I don't know how long we've been friends. I'm going to try to find out. And I want to know her now. But anyway, just thank you. And who would have thought that an hour with me? I thought like, an hour. And I was like, now I'm like, I don't even know what I've said all 60 minutes. But I need to go and watch the replay.
I absolutely love you. I do. You bring joy to my spirit. And I've said that, I think every time we connect, I'm like, you are just a smile in my heart. And I love you, Queen.
Love you too. So everybody have a fabulous day. Don't look just now off. Watch the next person. Go back to the replays, because there is amazing people. Elena has brought us some amazing women, men that's ready to share their story and help us.
Yes.
Anyway, have a fabulous day.
Thank you. Love you. Love you. Oh, that is just so amazing. And as we are moving into 3 a.m. hour, and this, I don't know if you all know, but there's like something magical that happens at the 3 a.m. hour, and I don't even know who I still have on here. I think Barbara and I think Gina. There is something that happens at the 3 o'clock hour, and it's a very spiritual hour and in time. And there's actually spiritual hour. Okay. There's actually a guest that could not make it today. She couldn't make it live, but we recorded something just a couple days ago. And, I've had to look for a pocket of time to be able to share it, because so many people could join us live. And I really want to be sure that I get this played. And this is one person that chose to be a sponsor. And let me share that most sponsors came forward because they had a business that they were promoting. Like the business was sponsoring, and they got the advertising, and they got the logo in all of these things. But this person chose to sponsor in honor of her son. And simply that be it, in honor of her son. And this message is really important for me to share during the spiritual hour, because his spirit is still very much present. And I've known her since we were little kids. We had the same babysitter, which was her grandma, and I think it was my dad's aunt. And so we would go there, and I remember us chasing each other around the tables because we were little. And so to know that she has suffered one of the hardest losses that I think is imaginable as a parent, and lost her son to fentanyl a few years back. And I wanted to use this 3:00 spiritual hour to share her story so that we can actually take some time to honor her son, Chris. And yes, Gina, it's Teresa or Teresa. I remember calling her Teresa when we were little. So I am going to pull her video up, but I do want to actually put that out there. This is a recording, but it's important for me to play during this time because Chris just wants it played during this time. It's the spiritual hour, and he's very much present and is proud of his mom and the work that she continues to do in his honor. So let me find this right here, and going to give it a minute. So I'm still going to be sitting here, and as we play this. Well, hello, and we are back talking about Christmas in July 24-hour live streamathon, and we have a little bit of a special edition for you right now. I am bringing on a very special guest. Not only is she a childhood, lifelong dear friend, kind of related through family, but she is somebody that I admire, have tremendous respect for, and if you want to know what perseverance, resilience, strength, and faith looks like, just look at this one coming on next. So we have Teresa joining us, and she is co-founder of Java. I will let her tell you more about that. I don't want to share anything about her story because it needs to come directly from her, and trust me, you want to tune in. She will also be on this coming weekend during the Streamathon, but tonight we are giving her extra time to share her story because she has a message that needs to be reached around the globe. All right, so here we go. Hello, Teresa. Let's pull us up here. How are you, beautiful?
Hello, I'm well, thank you.
It's so great to have you here, but not only that, I mean, you've been here from Streamathon number 1, number 2, and here we are number 3. And it's been amazing to watch the impact that you are making and how much it's grown and the reason behind
Yes.
it all. All right. So I'm going to just give you full screen. And if we get comments or if a question pops up, I'm going to like hop up here and we'll go through it. But this time is yours to
Okay.
truly get your message out. And this will stream again over the weekend and reach a global impact. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, hello, everyone out there watching this amazing Streamathon that Elena has put together. She has put so much time and hard work into it, and I am just so honored to be a part of that and included in this today. So again, my name is Teresa Dularet, and I am a mother first and foremost. I have a daughter that just graduated the nursing program, and so she's on doing wonderful things. And then I have a son who has passed away. He's transitioned to heaven, and that's who I'll talk primarily about today. His name is Chris. And I also have 4 grandchildren that range in the ages from 3 years old to almost 12. And so that is where I spend a lot of my free time. I am also one of the founding leaders of a local advocacy group that we call JAVA. And JAVA stands for Justice, Accountability, and Victim Advocacy. So it's a 501c3, and we formed in 2018. And the reason we formed was because the members of leadership at that time, we were all impacted, our families were impacted by a homicide in our community. And so we just didn't really know what that was going to look like initially. We knew there was a need. We just didn't know, we didn't see that it would take us as far as it is today. So again, supporting families of homicide. Further on, later in the year of 2018, we started supporting families of missing persons. We had never had experience or exposure to anyone that had gone missing, but a post caught my attention on Facebook from a complete stranger. And we got together as a group, and I said, guys, we've got to help this grandma find her missing grandson. And so we didn't know, again, what that was going to look like. And so we formed search parties, and we just started walking alongside of this family who, again, since 2018, Kevin Wynn is still missing to this day, and he is yet to be found. So that family is still hurting. So again, supporting these families in prayer, listening to them, which is primarily what they want the most, somebody to listen and to have their voices heard. So fast forward to May of 2020, the tables drastically turned, and I got the call that my son was not okay. And on that particular day, it was on May the 12th, and that date is forever etched in my heart. That particular day is when I found my son unresponsive. I administered CPR and was how the EMTs just kind of take over the care at that point. They did regain a pulse. I was very hopeful that he was in the absolute best hands possible. Again, it was during COVID, so things were just really weird at that time. I was not able to accompany him to the hospital, but I just was sent home to just wait by the phone and wait for the call. About an hour later, the call came, and it was the chaplain. And everyone knows that when the chaplain calls, it's rarely good news. And the chaplain informed me that my son did not make it. And I had a house full of people. And at that point, in that moment, is when I entered this giant fog of disbelief. And it's when my grief process initially started. I was given the opportunity to go to the hospital and say my goodbyes, which again, I would not wish those minutes and moments on anyone. is very difficult, and immediately having to make some really difficult decisions. When you lose someone very close to you, you're not prepared for some of the initial decisions, the questions, the thoughts. The whole process is hard, and that's what the Java team helps families with. We kind of help them get through those initial first moments, and they allow us in, and we just kind of walk alongside with them. And when it was me, and I was the one that was in need of support and prayers, it's kind of like time stopped. And if it wouldn't have been for my personal support that I had in my home at that time, I don't know that I would have survived. And I don't know that I would have been able to make the impact and be the person that I am today without that solid support system that I had. And so since that, May 12th of 2020, that dreadful day, so much has happened. I wasn't sure. One of the first questions that someone asks when a loved one passes away, it doesn't come from a place of disrespect. I think generally people just want to know. People that care about you, they want to know what happened. How did the loved one pass away? What was it? A car accident? So many questions. And those questions, although I have the same questions too, when I see that someone young at the age of 23 passes away, I want to know too. But out of respect for the family, I hold my questions. So I didn't know. My answer to those questions was I didn't know. I thought my son passed from a medical emergency. I just was not sure. And I did not want to label him until I got all of the necessary paperwork back, the autopsy and the toxicology report and all of those things that you read and you really still don't understand even when you have them in your possession. So when I read the toxicology report and talking to the coroner, on that report was a medication that I was just not familiar with. He had passed away, he had 10 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. And again, that brought so many questions. What is that? My son wasn't prescribed fentanyl. My son, to my knowledge, I didn't think he knew what that was. And again, that led to so many more questions. That led to a conversation with a couple individuals that I now call my very close friends to this day, just to get some answers. I was a mama on a mission, just trying to make it make sense to myself. And I thought, if this happened to my son, surely I'm not the only one. So I needed to go and search to find others like me.
Yeah, I have to just ask a question real quick because I'm listening and I want to give you full screen time. But when you said 10 times the legal dose of fentanyl in your system, I didn't even know that there was like a level that was considered legal, like
Lethal.
or lethal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was like, wow, I never even realized. I thought just like a trace of it was like, that's it,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. Wow.
In most cases, yes, it just takes like the equivalent to a grain of salt to claim someone's life. But yes, when the toxicology was done, he had 10 times the lethal dose in his system. And, fast forward and learning all the things that I've learned since that day, there's so many things that maybe could have changed his outcome. Mm-hmm. One of them being this little
I'm going to give
thing right here.
Again, so
okay. This little thing right here, for your viewers that aren't familiar, Narcan. Narcan is something that can be administered. You can carry this in your purse. It can be administered and kind of stop the receptors in the brain, and it kind of brings that individual back that has overdosed on opioids essentially. And again, not knowing what that was at the time, I didn't have it on me. Now I carry it in my purse. I carry some in my car. I vacation travel with it. It goes with me everywhere I go. But as far as fentanyl itself, you know, there's a medical grade fentanyl, and then there's illicit fentanyl or synthetic fentanyl. The fentanyl that we see on the street is not medical grade. It is a derivative that comes directly from China. And I won't get too far into the weeds of the political side of things, but I've learned a lot in that front as well. Our open border crisis, that just China flooding our country with these lethal drugs and these derivatives. They're just making their way into all of the states and all of our neighborhoods and into the hands of our kids in all forms of street drugs. You know, fentanyl is found in marijuana. It's found in heroin, meth. One of the most concerning places where it's found is local gas stations. I've talked to families who have experienced overdoses in their family with vaping. So the same vape cartridges that you would purchase at the gas station have been known to have traces of fentanyl and have been known to contribute to death. And so vaping has become such a popular thing, especially with our youth, that is very concerning, that someone can go to the gas station and legally purchase something and unknowingly have trace amounts of something that will kill them. So that's been very eye-opening for me. And again, in my search to find answers and to find other like individuals, and surely my son wasn't the only one, I went to Facebook and I found groups where, you know, because nobody was talking about fentanyl. Now it's a household name. You hear about it on the news literally every day. People are talking about it every day. In 2020, that was not the case. So I started just reading and researching and linking up with other families that have experienced the same type of loss that I have. Because the thing about loss, and the thing about when you go to support someone that has endured a loss, unless it's coming from someone who is walking the same journey, who is lost in the same way as you have, the support just is different. I know it has good intentions. You know, anybody can support someone that has lost a loved one, but something very special is born from the relationships formed by those who have experienced the same loss. Because we've got the same questions. There's so many, most of our questions will forever go unanswered. We all want to know, you know, how did our kids get how did they get their hands on something so lethal? Did they know that what they were about to ingest was going to claim their life? You know, all of these questions. I wholeheartedly believe that my son never, I tell people, our kids are supposed to learn from their mistakes, not die from them. And I've gotten in several debates on Facebook about individuals that have that stigma, that perception of, well, you know, they make a choice and they just have to, you know, if it claimed their lives, that's the choice they made. My son did make a choice that day, and I will never deny that piece of it. But at the same time, my son would have never put me in that predicament to find him. He would never have he had a son. You know, his son was 1 year old. He would have never, his son was the happiest thing about his whole life. And he would have never put himself in a position where he was no longer here. So again, all of these moms that I've connected with over the years, we just had our 4-year angelversary, which again, I can't even believe that it's been 4 years. It's gone by so fast, but then at the same time, it's gone by so slow. because there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about him or talk about him or do some sort of advocacy with other families that are in the same situation.
And I put that quote that you just said, our kids are supposed to learn from their mistakes, not die from them. And, you know, a couple things when you had said about, you know, the way someone passes, unless you've been through it, right? Because even though I suffered loss from my husband, which is kind of why the Christmas Widow started, there's no way I can fully comprehend what you've gone through. And I think you nailed it, because surrounding yourself with community that has gone through it the way you have, at least similar circumstances, at least something that has to play a huge role in truly feeling supported, you know, truly feeling supported and like someone gets it, because that death, I like to describe it as, in that moment, everybody chimes in and like, oh gosh, life is so short. And oh my gosh, this, oh my gosh. And then the next day they're back to their lives and you're left having to figure everything out brand new again. So the community that you've created that at least supports in that way, it's awesome that you found communities of other parents that lost their children to this fentanyl drug, that they can have those same questions and have that support. So I just want to say that that's so important, that be out there for parents that have gone through this for their children.
Absolutely. Yeah. And even just grief in general. I can support families who have been, well, at the time when I was doing advocacy with homicide families, I was so unequipped, not knowing how unequipped I was to talk to those families. You know, I never would have said anything like, I understand, or I know what you're going through. Those are words that you just don't say to someone unless you've experienced the same type of loss. But still unequipped in a sense that I could still go home to my kids at night. Those parents could not. So I just, even though I was equipped to pray with them and support them to a specific capacity, there was a limit there. And until those tables turned and I was the one that was in need of support, so much clicked in those moments because I understood the things that parents would say to me over the years. It's like everything started to make sense. I felt more connected to those moms who have had to bury their children. I just felt some sort of unity with them. And now I consider the majority of the individuals that I talk to anymore from day to day were once strangers until I lost my son. So majority of my connections now are just those that are walking the same journey.
Mm-hmm. And it's amazing because I have found as well, just through different experiences, that people want strangers from all around our family, like just family. It's hard to be able to put that into words, but you can make these connections that are strong as like the strongest bond based on those common experiences. And at one point they were strangers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I tell people all the time that the one single thing that is good that has come out of my grief, and I speak personally, the one good thing is the relationships and the connections that I've built with other families that just feel the same way I do.
So I know over the years, I remember, I think it was the very first year that we did Christmas in July, you were on your way to Washington, D.C. for, I think it was like one of the first type of discussions or rallies or something on fentanyl. What has it done to you to see how much this has grown because it has taken so many lives? You know, because I do remember when Chris, passed away, it was all new. It was like, what is this? And now it's kind of sad that it is a common thing that you hear, but how has it been for you to see the growth and been part of that journey of really pushing for change around this?
Yes. Well, the first year that, again, when I was in my deep dive in Facebook to try to find other families, I found a group called Lost Voices of Fentanyl. And they're the ones that held the rally. And I was able to fly out to Washington, D.C. to the very first annual rally that they held. And at that time, the rally was held in front of the Chinese embassy to make a statement to China. Basically, like, we know that you're killing our kids, you know, and again, not to get political, but that was so eye-opening for me because I was still in a place where it was still fresh. It was just months after my son passed away. And I just, again, was the sponge trying to absorb anything I could. And being there in Washington, D.C., and just expecting like, oh my gosh, this is such a great thing that these families are doing. And how is it that they can get up here and talk about their loss? And I can't even get through a conversation without crying. And I want to be strong like them. And I just want to learn and educate too. And so I thought it's going to be all over the news. You know, even though I'm in DC, it's going to be everywhere. People are going to be, finally, people are going to start to talk about this. It was not covered by a single media outlet that year. So fast forward to the second year. Again, this is an annual rally. Their rally actually just happened this last week. I was not able to attend this most recent rally, but I did go the second year. And during the second year is when, you know, I'm more woke than I was the first year. And I'm paying more attention. And now it's more focused on, okay, what are the laws? What are other states doing? What can be done? What have we tried? What's not successful, you know, in this? So that was my goal the second year that I went. And just how God works. I was contacted by, I'm in Indiana, just like you are, at least I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still.
Indiana. Okay. So I wanted to talk to legislature, and our congressman's office reached out to me before my second rally, and they wanted to know if I would be willing to come and share Chris's story in front of Congress at the round table. And could I fly out to Washington to do that? And I said, well, that's interesting because I'm going to be in Washington already. I'm going to this second annual rally in DC. And so the way it worked, we scheduled it all around the same time. And so I was able to share Chris's story and my testimony in front of Congress, just to make sure that they were aware that this is taking lives. And look at all of these beautiful faces that are no longer here. All of these military-aged children, all of these individuals that are usually the ones to hold certain jobs in our community, and they're no longer here. There's an entire generation that is starting to be absent all around us, all across the nation. So I wanted to make sure that my voice was heard. And it was such an honor to have, you know, to be able to share my son's story in that capacity. But at the same time, it made an impact, not only in the other congressmen. Other congressmen were present, and they also invited parents from their states. And again, the unity and just what a great thing to be able to openly talk about it and in front of people that can make a difference. That second rally, it was not at the Chinese embassy. We actually marched to the White House, and we stood out in front of the White House and made a statement there. Again, very little attention. One of the things that I took away from that second rally was one of the other moms had collected obituaries from all of everybody that would submit an obituary. She had this big giant box, and it was full of all of those little pamphlets that we each get from the funeral. And the box was full. And her request was to Congress, deliver this to the president, make him understand that these are our kids, you know, something needs to be done about it.
Wow.
To this day, I can share that we are still waiting on a response from the Biden administration, and just an acknowledgement that, yes, we hear you. That has not come yet. None of us are giving up hope, because we know, you know, our army is building. Help is not coming. And the way it's coming is in the form of parents. We care enough. We're the ones that are carrying that torch. We're the ones that are pushing our congressmen and our local officials to make the change necessary to stop and put an end. And I realize that, you know, people have said, well, if it's not fentanyl, it's going to be something else. And there is something else. There's something else more potent than the drug that took my son's life. And the Narcan that I showed earlier, that stronger drug, one of them, the name is xylazine. It does not reverse the effects of the overdose, unfortunately. And you can have multiple doses of Narcan and it will not bring the individual back. So there are other stronger, more potent drugs floating around out here. But at the end of the day, they're still getting into our country. They're still making their way into the hands of our children. And that is what needs to stop.
And for those that are tuning in that might not know, like, how can someone get that Narcan to have in their car, in their bag, on vacations? Like what does somebody need to do to get that? Is there a certain process that needs to happen, or what does that look like?
Well, you can get them online. Overdose Lifeline is one of the organizations that will mail you some doses of Narcan. Fort Wayne, Indiana, my hometown, is very fortunate in we have several non-for-profit groups that we're just on a mission, and we are locking arms and we're on this mission together. We have dispensers of Narcan at our local hospitals, just as if you'd go to a dispensing machine to get a Coke. You can get free Narcan. We've got other non-for-profit groups here in town that will deliver Narcan to your home. So we have made it very accessible. There's an open prescription at the pharmacies in Indiana where you don't need to have a prescription per se to obtain Narcan if that's the avenue that you need. Like, anybody can get their hands on it. It's all funding driven, and I would imagine the funding eventually, just like everything, will go away over time. But the overdoses in our community, I monitor the stats from year to year. And when you compare the overdose fatality rates compared to the non-overdose rates, the stats have improved. It's not because the drugs are no longer circulating. It's because we are doing a good job at making sure that the Narcan is in every household. And I tell people, like, we hope that you don't need a fire extinguisher, but it's recommended that every house has one. Narcan is the same way. You, just like I said, I vacation with it. I may be on the beach somewhere and I see someone that is maybe overdosing. The thing about Narcan is it will not damage the individual. If it's not an opioid overdose that individual is struggling from, you can administer the Narcan and it will not hurt that individual. No damaging effects from that Narcan. But if it is an opioid, it will assist and give you enough time for the EMT responders to arrive and to take over and to hopefully save that individual's life.
That is great information. And being that this is going to air during the actual Streamathon, I want to talk about Chris. Here I go. Like, I want you, number one, to share that bit of hope for maybe the parent that it's raw, maybe the parent that is just now absorbing that they have lost their child. and give that little bit of hope, because believe it or not, you are an inspiration. But this is all about pouring love and light in the world. And Chris was love and light. And so I want you to just talk on your son for a little bit while I'm over here. So,
well, this isn't my most favorite picture, but it's the picture that I have in there's a glare, but he was a big baseball fan. It's the picture that sits next to me while I work all day. And it just reminds me, he's kind of looking off into the sky, and it just reminds me of just everything that he was. I mean, in his 23 years of living, being a single parent, I poured my everything into my two children. And if somebody would have told me years ago that I would lose one, I don't know. My response at that time would have been, take me too, because there is not a day that I could go on without one of my children. I mean, they are my reason for living. Chris was just an amazing guy. Of course, all parents are going to say that, but my son truly was. He was amazing to me, and having him at a young age. I was about 23 myself when I had him, but we kind of grew up together. But I realized I was a boy mom. He showed me things that I realized that I loved. His love for sports, his just enthusiasm, his character. He was just a funny guy, and just people always say about their kids, they were the life of they light up a room when they walk into the room. He truly did, and we had such a great relationship, such a close bond. There's times where he would turn down hanging out with friends because I'm hanging out with my mom, and every day he would come home and we would talk. And I'm sure there was a lot of things that he didn't tell me, but there were also a lot of things that he did share with me, and he confided in me, and he was such a great friend to those that trusted him and confided in him. And he was the straight cat guy, the guy that if he had a friend that was in need, he would bring them home, talk to my mom. My mom will know what to do. And those are the things I miss the most. I miss just his love that he had for me. Again, I shared earlier that he was a father. My grandson is, thanks to God, a replica of my son. Says the same things, mannerisms the same, plays baseball. And I mean, as he's swinging that bat, he didn't get to play baseball this year because he broke his leg, but swinging his bat, he'll look over at me and he'll be like, just like Daddy. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're just like Daddy, and you have no idea. And I've got pictures all over my house of my son, and it sparks conversation where I don't know that I'll ever take those pictures down, because it gets my grandson an opportunity to know how special. In all of these pictures, it's the 3 giant collages that we had at his funeral. And it's pictures of everybody that loved him and all these different gatherings and different things that we had celebrated over time. And so my grandson asks questions. And, there's this one picture in particular where my son was my grandson's age, and he's holding these incredible Hulk gloves. And I found the same gloves at the store. And of course I have to buy them. And he ran over to that picture, and he was like talking to his dad, and he's like, look, Daddy, I've got the same gloves as you. And he's posing like him, like looking at the picture, studying it, and trying to do the best he can. That's what I'm left with. And it's such a gift, because, and I count that as a blessing, because not all parents have that gift. And I treasure it always, because he, like I said, There's so many things that he does that is just like sent from above. Like there's no way. Even we'll even be at the grocery store, and this happened early on when my son very first passed, where even looking at cereal, and my son's like, I want that one. That's daddy's favorite. You passed away when he was 1. There is no way you would know what your daddy's favorite, but lo and behold, it was daddy's favorite. So we picked it up and it's now his favorite. Like things like that. I'm just like, it's God driven all the way.
It's his spirit. His spirit is here. You know, his spirit is watching over his son. So he was 1 then when he passed away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and he's almost 6 now.
Yeah, and that's where I say, like, how you started out saying it's gone fast, but at the same time, it's gone slow. Like it's amazing to me, you know, that especially when you look at the children and how much they've grown. It just shows you that many years, you know, that's gone by. What can we do today to support? What is something that maybe we don't know that we can actually do that will make a difference? Is it attending, you know, I know you've done the angel, what did you call it, the every year you do the balloon, is there like an angel?
We have a Black Balloon Day, basically all the days that I didn't know existed. There's Black Balloon Day, there's Empty Chair Day. We hold locally, in addition to that Washington, D.C. rally, we hold local rallies. We hold 2 rallies a year. I've partnered with a group called APPALLed, which stands for Association of People Against Lethal Drugs. And we formed a local Fort Wayne, Indiana chapter of APPALLed. And I guess to your viewers, one of the things is, you know, let's help drop the stigma surrounding overdose, the stigma surrounding addiction. And let's be honest and learn more about how mental health plays a factor, a huge factor in addiction. Addiction is not a choice. Addiction is a disease. And just getting that out there will help these families there's families that are offended. You know, there's families that don't use the term overdose. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it is what it is to me. A lot of them prefer fentanyl poisoning, which again, it's that too. So words that you use, be very careful. Not all individuals that pass away to fentanyl suffer from addiction. Some experimented one time. Some maybe got past that one time, liked how they felt, and formed an addiction very fast. Mental health and trauma plays a big part because our kids now, especially with isolation and COVID and everything that kids have to deal with nowadays. When you and I were growing up, we didn't have a lot of these negative forces around us. These kids have a lot of weight on their shoulders that they're carrying. And I feel like, you know, something as easy as listening to them. The kids are experiencing loss at record numbers. I think that's what led to my son and his passing, because he experienced loss of friends that had passed to suicide and car crashes. And, you know, so the addictions that are formed, I don't know, there's still a lot of stigma. So to your viewers, like help end that stigma.
Yeah, that's huge. And I was actually going to ask, like, you know, have you seen how the younger kids, you know, 20s in that age bracket, because it has to be impacting them to see their peers dying, and it's like it would just I would wonder, like, what does that conversation look like? What is that doing for them? Like, is it helping them, push them out, or is it putting them in a darker place? Like, and I'm sure it's not a blanket response. Everyone's got to deal with things their own way, but for that for those seeing their friends this happening, and then you're dealt with, well, I was there too, why am I still living? Like, just all kinds of emotions have to be going on all the time.
Yeah, I support families who there's a lot of survivor guilt among their peers. There's families where maybe two individuals decided to split a pill. One passed away, one lived. So that individual that lived will forever carry that trauma. There's individuals, coming from their peers. I actually just joined the board of another local nonprofit organization that's called For Lake's Sake, and they are getting into the schools. They are educating the kids, and they've got a whole curriculum for the youth, and they're just trying to flood the community with resources for the kids. And again, quite frankly, overdoses are happening in middle schools here in town. I would imagine it's across all the nation, happening in high schools. You don't hear about it on the news. The school systems don't want that information to get out, but it is happening. So I'm really honored to be working with that group just to kind of help. What can we do to kind of get in front of this at an earlier age? My son was 23. There's kids in middle school that are dying as well. Wow. But peer-led support groups is important. Kids they're not going to listen to 50-year-old me tell them, but they might listen to their friend who is out there advocating and maybe also struggling with their own addictions and now are in recovery. And so they're able to share their story, and kids listen to kids, they listen to peers. So yeah, one of the other things that you can do, and this is more towards, as a community, because, and I'm going to go back to my Java roots. We just reached I think we have about 5,000 members. Again, we didn't know we were going to have that much of a following here in our community, but we partnered up with law enforcement, and we met with them and just had candid discussions like, what can we do to help you? Because we're not going to, yes, you'll see us at crime scenes, and yes, you'll see us, talking to these families and connecting, but what can we do to help the problem? What are you seeing that we can maybe do? Because we've got members that trust us. So how can we help? And one of the things, I'll pull up a little flyer here. Here's our little Java flyer that we hand out at all of our events. And it kind of explains our mission and what our focus is. But then on the back of the flyer is something that we did to partner with law enforcement. So that QR code will take you to our website, and you see the little dude with the magnifying glass down there. We call him Sam, and Sam stands for Send Anonymous Message. That is what we communicate to the schools and anybody that has this flyer. It's also on the back of our business cards. That is a way, because one of the things that law enforcement said was nobody comes forward. We need tips. We need the public to help us solve these cases or help us bring down these drug houses, but nobody is giving information. Well, here's an anonymous way that those messages will hit a specific inbox that was created just for us, and it mass messages members of the homicide unit, the drug task force, the gang unit here locally, and depending on what the tip entails, that particular department or division of law enforcement goes and follows up on those leads. And I think that's huge because, we have other ways of submitting tips and information to law enforcement, but I think our members trust us. And I think that it goes a long way, especially if you can QR code this, if you can get right to our website and submit a tip. We have gotten some feedback from law enforcement, and tips are coming in, arrests are being made, and it's all thanks to this little tool. So I would say in your own community, you won't have a Java because that is a local homegrown group that we started. But if you're experiencing similar stories as what we have experienced here in our community, start a group. I tell parents all the time that come to our rally and they'll say, man, I really wish my city had something. I wish somebody would do something. And my first response is, you're somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's just one person that shows up to your rally, have a rally, start talking about it. You will be amazed at how many people like you are out there wishing somebody was out there talking about it.
That is huge. That's beautiful right there. And even the mere fact that Sam, send anonymous, like that was not even in existence until you guys started asking the question of what can we do? What can what can be done? And what progress.
Yeah.
Progress. That's true progress. That's not settling. That's not just saying it's the way that it is and that's the way it's going to be. And thank you for sharing about Chris and taking that pain that you've endured and that you still live with every single day. You will carry it every single day, but to see how far you've come in pushing through that and making it count for something.
Yeah.
That's what this whole thing is all about.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thanks for sharing your story. And for those that are tuning in, this is actually going to air again during the Streamathon. I know that you weren't available this coming weekend to be able to be there live. So this is going to hit there 2 times because people needed to hear that tonight, and they will see it again during the Streamathon. So I just want you to know that I love you and I pray for you. And I'm always here cheering you on and just kind of watching the journey unfold because God is using you in a mighty way.
I have even my shirt that I have on today. It says, God is, well, I can't read it upside down. God within her, she will not fall. And that can't be a more true statement, because without faith, that is what's gotten me through. Faith and community. Everybody needs somebody to talk to and be candid, have those transparent conversations with. But you also need whatever higher power you believe in. You cannot do this alone.
Amen. And wow, that was an amazing conversation that I had with Teresa, and we are still rocking and rolling, folks. We are still rocking and rolling. And it's amazing that the conversation with Teresa over her son, Chris, that I now have the privilege and the honor to actually bring my son up and on our Streamathon. And it just means so much to me. And so I am bringing Mr. Josiah Soto. Hello, my son.
Hi. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. You know it.
Yeah,
But
you're
this,
a trooper. I'm tired.
I know you're tired. So thank you for hanging on, because I was like, I got to play that one. But really, I just want you to share, because this is all about sharing with somebody that's like wants to just give up. It needs a little bit of hope, and where you have come from, where some of the dark places that you have been, and where you are today might not be exactly where you want to be, but you're not where you used to be. And I think that it's important to share with just somebody that maybe just doesn't want to keep going. What can you share to that person today?
I think one of the biggest issues still that I deal with, and I noticed that a lot of people haven't changed, is the preconceived thought process of like OCD, like the stigma behind it. I don't think there's a lot. When you think of mental illnesses, mental disorders. When you think of severe mental disorders, all that type of trauma-related, induced type of disabilities, you don't really think of OCD as the first, second, or third really major issue. So dealing with OCD and a very strong, major depressive disorder, all these type of things. When I started meeting people, because I had went through a 2-year phase of just pure ghost. I didn't go outside. I didn't go to the store. I didn't go to the gym. I wasn't on social media. I was just completely. I just went dark. I was depressed. Went through some things, and I felt like that. At that point in my life, I was ready to take it, and tried to take it. So I kind of just got to the point where I was like, well, if that's where I'm at, then I can also take time to go dark and work on myself. And it's not like I'm missing anything because I was about to miss everything. So doing that, then finally coming back, I feel like that, as much as it did for me well physically, it did a lot of negative for me mentally. A lot of my social skills went down the drain. A lot of the choices that I just made in general have made it really hard for me to have good social skills. I dropped out pretty much at 16 years old, and basically I've just been a homebody. Anxiety, didn't want to work, didn't want to do this, wanted to make music happen, and that's an inside job, online networking and stuff. So you're not really learning social values and just techniques to be able to communicate well. So when I finally started having like real pivotal and major events happen in my life, where I started getting into a relationship, or I start driving, and like all these type of things, you really start to realize how much OCD impacts your daily life and how much is still not really known about it to like the general public.
Do you ever feel because people joke about it a lot? Oh, it's my OCD. Oh, it's my OCD. And when you actually like suffer from it, how does that feel when you just hear people throw it around like it's a joke sometimes?
Yeah, as much as it knocks down, people who really do deal with it, not a lot's known about to a lot of people. So I don't take it personal, because at the end of the day, it's kind of like the word PTSD. You just kind of use it, but you don't really know what it is. Unless if you have it, you don't really know what that feels like to really struggle with that disorder. And so with OCD, when I get into a relationship and, I let that be known that, hey, just so you know, I deal with OCD. I'm obsessive compulsions, and these are the struggles, and just know that being a part of my life, this is something that won't go away. And the first thing you think of is like, oh, so you like to put your fork and your knife and your spoon like in a good order, like that's what your OCD is. It's like, well, yeah, it's kind of like that, except they all got to be the same brand. I had to buy them all at the same time. They all have to be washed at the same time. And then you just go further and further. They all have to be the same color. They all got to be the same size. And you just start putting that into everything, into your life. And, a lot of people think about the materialistic OCD, that, oh, you like this to be orderly. You like, everything to be even. But then they don't really start thinking about like the actual mental OCD. Like, like I need to have the perfect day, or if not, then I don't want to live tomorrow, or if something breaks, then I got to go throw everything away and restart. I can't even tell you how much money I've wasted trying to reset to get that perfect feeling again, because it's like chasing a high. Um, you know, I've thrown away clothes, I've thrown away like electronics, I've thrown away pretty much anything that you can think of just because I felt like I could have done it in a better way, or it wasn't good enough, or it was broken, or it needed to be fixed. And it's done so much detrimental to my actual life that most people would never even think of when you think of OCD. So I think if there's anything that would be beneficial moving forward from this conversation is just putting that mark on OCD, that it goes a lot deeper than just face value, what you see and read like on TV and on websites and stuff. It really is a constant battle. With everything, it's very hard to carry on with any type of friendship, relationship, anything, with having that, because you strive to be perfect. And you know, even knowing that you can't be perfect, that's a constant battle to even continue moving on anyways, because that's all you want, that's all you search for. Everything's got to be perfect. So you know, with OCD, it's a struggle.
Well, and I just want to thank you for sharing, because it is a struggle, and you have come so far, but it's something that you battle with every single day. And I think that it's one of those things that does need to be talked about more, just in open conversation, because there are many people that just don't understand it. And when they say like, just snap out of it or just get over it, yeah, if you could, you would, right? Like if you could, you would. So, oh, I didn't know what I hit here. So I just wanted to tell you, thank you. Thank you for coming on. Thank you. Aunt Gina's on here. Miss Barbara Queen Beckley's on here. Charles was on here. And we've got 6 other people, and I can't see who everybody is. But I just want to say thank you, because you are tired, but I just wanted you to share a little nugget, because it's important, not only to me as just a support, but people need to hear more about that topic. And who better to share about it than one that actually is living it and going through it on a daily basis. So I love you, son.
Love you too.
All right, I'll let you go to sleep now. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
And that made me my heart smile, my son. But it is true. It is one of those things that until I did a speech one time, I think I was in Niagara Falls, and it was kind of on a topic around that was just like, until you know, like you don't have a right to an opinion, because until you actually know and can experience it, it's easy to say all of these outside things of what you should do and how it should be. And it's just a topic that does need discussed. So I'm proud of my son, and that he was able to be a part of this 24-hour Streamathon. They have seen me build this from the ground up, from year one, and have been my biggest supporters. And I'm just a proud mama moment. So what does Gina say? Oh, Charles, you go, bro. Love him and Manny man so much. Make your heart sing. You're awesome, son. So we are here at the 4 a.m. hour. Now, we have 1 hour until my next guest is actually scheduled to come on, and she's coming on from South Africa. And I do have another video that I can play, but I kind of don't know if I want to. I am just so amazed. Oh my gosh, Allegra is awake already. Barbara, you're still awake. Like, you're still going. Charles is awake. So like, one of you can pop back on here if you want to talk. We could come group chat. We could do whatever we need to do. But the reality is I'm still in good shape. Like, and you know, the other thing that I purposely did is I wasn't going to touch my lipstick. I actually thought, do I reapply? And I thought, no, this is going to be a test to show you all how much Besitos Beauty lipstick truly stays on, because I put it on yesterday morning, basically, and I've snacked and drank coffee, drank water, drank my energy drinks, drank all the things, and it's still on. But if any of you guys want to hop on and kind of have like this little hour party with me until we actually kick off the next, which I feel like 5 a.m. is like kicking off Sunday morning, even though it's like Sunday morning, like right now, then you're free to join. I think I sent Charles the link. Allegra, if you're up, girl, you'll be like, girl, don't put me on camera right now. I can just hear that. Barbara Queen, if you want to come on, we could get the party keep going. Like, it's all good. And if not, I'm just going to get into my own little story time. So you all just tell me what you want to do. And you all know I got no problem filling up airtime with story time. Let me make sure that we don't have any messages going on. So, all right. Charles says, I will see you later. I get it. So one of the things then that I'm going to share while we are getting ready for this morning kickoff. Oh, yay. Here's my sissy coming back on. Yay. I love it. Oh, you got to put it on mute again.
I know.
Oh, you're going to have a party. We got party. This is like making my heart happy. Check us out. People are missing out. Sleep, it's overrated. This is like making my
Totally.
So I feel like I can hear does somebody have my volume on? Do we have like was that you? Yeah,
that was me.
I think that was you. So alrighty, guys. Alrighty. We are nuts or what? You guys are just being nuts with me, and we love it, right?
Yeah. When you said, I was like, well, I'm up, I'm here, but I didn't know your wonderful, amazing, incredible sister was gonna come back. So I was like, I can always, back if she wanted to more, because she's amazing.
No, I was hoping you would get on, actually, Barbara. I thought it would be fun. Like, you always see those things where there's like 6 people on there or whatever. And I just think it'll be fun.
I feel I feel good because I feel like I'm part of the family now. It's like, oh, I'm in her family now because I know her sister, and then your son just came on. I was like, oh, see, you get the goodies when you stay up.
Yep. The good stuff always happens to the late night crowd.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I just have to talk on my son for a minute because yeah.
That took
You did what?
No, that took a lot for him to just put it out there. And so many need to hear that about the condition, because we kind of maybe all suffer a little bit. I know I do, but not like he has had the struggle. And it's so important for people to know it.
Yes. Yes. It's, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, it stops you. It blocks you. It holds you back. There's a word that I'm looking for. I feel like it starts with a D, but I can't think of the word. But it's a real thing. It's a real thing.
Debilitating. Maybe that was the D word.
Yeah, it is.
I want to say something on this. It's going to be, this is very interesting. And I know this is a universe when your son came on to talk about OCD to a whole nother level. I got to say the funny first. So I was like everybody else, say, oh, you must have OCD, like you were saying, right? And then I went to my guilty pleasure. And my guilty pleasure, I still watch 2 main soap operas, okay? I watch Restless still, and I still watch General Hospital, okay? Beat me up. We'll get over that. But But on which one was it? Young and the Restless. Okay, they've been having for the last 5 weeks. One of the couples, their son, he's like 11 years old on there. For the last 5 weeks, they've been doing a whole thing about how they found he has OCD. They had to basically put him in his clinic to the point where he was going to stab himself because his whole OCD was telling him that he shouldn't have fun. I mean, they really got detail there, because he was just like everything. If it's nothing's right, then I can't cooperate.
Yeah.
I can't think straight. And then the parents were like, because they didn't understand, they just thought something was going on at school, and he was just, kids were messing with him. But come to find out, he had OCD, and they had to send him away to the point where they couldn't even visit him for a while because the psychiatrist kept telling them, this is some serious. He doesn't even want to see you because he feels like he let you down because he's here and he has this condition called OCD. And it was just so like, oh my God, I didn't know how serious until now. I know you're like, okay, Barbara, you're telling the story, but I'm glad that the soap opera, I just have to give them credit here, that they brought this and they've been doing a storyline. I mean, it's still going too, a storyline on how important that you need to know about OCD and look at your children. And it might be, you think it might be something else, but you got to dig deeper because it might be something like that.
And you know what? You bring up a great thing about look at your children because it might be something deeper. And you know what? When he was a baby, okay, he was a toddler, and we got him a pair of white, all plain white Reebok gym shoes. They were the soft leather, and they were like this big. I mean, like they were tiny, but he had to have those same gym shoes up for like so many sizes. They had to be those gym shoes. And at the time you're kind of like, oh, he just loves his gym shoes, or but looking back, there were certain things that they just had to be, and as parents, you kind of make excuses for all these things. But I think back and I'm like, how much different would things have been had I been aware of this from way back, because there are certain things that as parents we disregard or we put aside or we like snap out of it, or you're throwing a fit and it's like, oh, man, what were they really, or were they striving for some help in some capacity?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, we've got my husband on here.
Well,
Oh my gosh, Coach is on. Look at him.
Oh, you look so cute. Good morning.
I haven't seen Coach in a while. It is a family affair now.
Yeah.
I got my glasses. I don't know if you see.
Yeah,
We up
this
here
is
so loud, huh? It's what, 4 o'clock in the morning you're in?
4 o'clock in the morning, and we're rocking and rolling. I'm still going. Like this is amazing. What's that?
Did you get your goodies? Did you get your drinks and your food and your pineapple and everything else? I got you.
Aww.
I'm the behind the scene guy. Hello.
That's so sweet.
So yes. So then let's talk. Let's pick a topic because we basically have a panel discussion going on. Barbara, we need to hit record, and this is my TV show.
This is your first one coming out the gate.
But no, honestly, like we are here. You guys are troopers, man. You are troopers. You are what keeps me going, and because you all could just be asleep. And you're not.
Yeah.
Well,
I would never do that. I would never do that.
Gina, you say what? You would never do
I
that.
said I would never do that. I've won, like, I don't even know how I do it, but I mean, it doesn't seem like it's been that long already. That's what's crazy. I am a night person too, though, Barbara. So when you said that, she knows we are. We can be texting or goofy, joke, laughy TikToks at like all the wee hours of the night. It's like so crazy. Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
Yes.
What does Charles say?
So while it's still fresh, I wanna commend and say thank you to your last speaker. It definitely hits home with me. You know that.
Teresa.
I lost my firstborn grandson. My second daughter was a lone parent, single parent by herself, raising my grandson, and he took his wings at 26. And there was a lot of devastation. My daughter will never be the same. She was already dealing with stuff, past stuff, so she'll never be the same physically, mentally, psychologically. And the fact that my name is a rare name. I mean, it doesn't bother me that it's lost, but it's that my grandson's no longer around. You know, the Princeton, then he used to always say, "I'm a Princeton, Grandpa, I'm a Princeton," because that's what Princetons do. We're Princetons, and he's not around anymore. So I feel, I hear, I definitely send the aloha, because it's not easy. It's not easy for those that are around a loved one that has to deal with what my daughter's dealing with, or what Teresa had to deal with, or all the other ones that are dealing with. And then, you know, he even endured about little over a year of his best friend, like his brother, his bestest friend, pass away the same way.
Oh, wow.
So Charlene is dealing with the fact that Hunter was like a son to her also, because they were really close. So she lost two to fentanyl. So I just want to touch bases on that, sending my prayers and my love, because it is difficult. So I just want to touch on that one.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, I can't imagine. And Teresa, having known her, like, I think we're like cousins of cousins, or
Yeah, we're second cousins. Her grandma, and our grandma, sisters.
Okay.
And her grandma and our grandma are sisters.
Okay. Okay.
So we're second cousins.
So to have grown up with her, and then to just see that loss, I had never really heard of it. And so then when Charles, you told me about your grandson, that was right around the time Adrian passed away too. That was like
in January.
Yep, that we had in common, because I was in Texas area. That's when it was like, wow, fentanyl popped up again, you know, hearing it again. So, wow.
And you know, it starts with while we're on it and people are still listening, it starts with any other common opioid or drug that you get addicted to. My grandson was, and I don't mind talking about it because it's real. I mean, it is what it is, and people need to hear this. It started off with weed, and then went on to cocaine, and he had a savings that he had that no longer was a savings, and then he got to the cheap stuff, and the cheap stuff is what's going to kill you, and that's the fentanyl.
Wow. Wow.
26 years old.
26.
And her son, Chris, I think was Chris, yeah.
He was 23?
23, 22, 23, yeah.
23.
Charles, I have a I have a question for you, Charles. So the fentanyl, you know, because in the ER when I'm working, I mean, we would have, you know, were experience overdosing at that time, but it, like, is it in the marijuana, or is it something that's a solo?
No, they can.
No,
they can. Well, they can. You can lace anything with marijuana. You can lace anything with cigarettes, because then you're going to smoke it. You know, whether it's heroin or cocaine or any of that, you can put it in with whatever you're smoking, and it adds to. So I'm not going to say no, but I think the full effect is taking it by itself. I mean, everything is different. Like
So is it in a pill? Is it in
Yes.
a pill? Okay. Okay.
Okay,
That's
so then the pill gets kind of crushed,
Right.
and then they
Right.
put it in
And
the
then they
other
smoke it.
things.
Yeah. So there's
okay.
different ways. I mean, you can ingest like this, or you can. I mean, he had this big torch, like one of those ones with propane tanks.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
wow, and then yeah. So I don't know it all, obviously, but I know enough of it. So yeah, there are different ways. I mean,
Okay.
like I said, any kind of drug you can lace in tobacco or marijuana or any of
Yeah.
that, but it just depends on what the choice is. His was, and the majority of it is, yes, crushing it and smoking, almost like many years ago, cocaine was cocaine, and then they started making it crack, like in the little balls, and then they smoked it. Yeah. So
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious because I don't know a lot about it, but I would hear a lot about it, but I really just didn't know. So thank you.
Well, I applaud Teresa for coming out like that, and now that I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana, here in my apartment, there's some things I probably will get involved with once I settled in. So
Oh, yeah. That would be great.
Yeah, for sure.
you got to give back. And I'm a street child. I grew up in the streets, and there are always somewhere, whether it's homeless people or random acts of kindness, working with at-risk youth. So I've only been here 2 weeks, so we'll see how things work out.
Yep, 2 weeks. So Miss Barbara Queen, we need to bring you in on this conversation. So let's talk. You're watching Young and the Restless.
Okay, look at Charles is like, what? But see, Charles probably didn't hear the important part of that. See,
I watch Young and the Restless too.
Yeah.
You do? So you
No, I have to, because it's the only thing that's on the TV when my grandmother or my mother or my sister or my daughter would watch it. So yeah, all of that. My best one was Dark Shadows. That was my bestest one.
Dark Shadows. That you're going back. Well, if I know it too, Charles, okay, we both. I know you're older than me, but still. But yeah.
So yeah, go back to the. Let's go back to the soap opera.
Well, you know what I have to say, because a lot of people, they laugh at me sometimes when I say my guilty pleasure, but I have to give them credit though, because they're really hitting on different topics that's needed to be known today. I mean, we were talking about like the drug thing, with the OCD, that's something I'm glad they brought it out, because a lot of people really don't understand it, and how they're taking this family and their son and how he's going through, how they're first finding it out. I mean, the teacher told him, we don't know why he's not paying attention, because he was like, staying away from the other kids, and they were like, just like you, Elena, they were just like, well, maybe he just they messed with him. Maybe he don't like him, or he's not getting along with the other kids or something like that. But they come to find out as they kept asking him questions, and then he was feeling embarrassed, their son, to say whatever, because he didn't think anybody would understand what he was really dealing with. So he wasn't even talking to them. He does his own parents, and they're trying to figure out, okay, what is it? They just kept asking him, you can talk to us. We're your parents. And he said, I don't like that school no more. And then he said something to the fact that, he don't like the lunchroom because it's not clean enough. And they're like, well, we can't really. It was funny. Both their parents like said, well, we can't really clean up the whole school. What are we going to, I mean, because they were looking at it like each other, like, what are we supposed to do with that? And then he said, I just need to go to a new school. I don't need to go there no more. So they, they were like, they were just going through this, they don't understand cycle. He didn't know how to bring it out. Then he was like, I'm different than everybody, and I don't feel right going to school because I'm different. Yeah. He said, I don't know why I'm different. And he said, then I punished myself. And that was the weird part, when they were showing how he had a good day where he wasn't needing to put things in, or all that stuff. And they were all happy. They were like, oh, he's getting better. And then the following hour after they went to visit him because they put him in a place to take care of what he was dealing with. They said that he tried to attack himself, and his OCD was telling him, you shouldn't have fun. You shouldn't have had fun because you didn't put things in the way it was supposed to be. So now this thing, whatever, is like you said, the OCD was talking to him to just mess himself up, to hurt himself.
Yeah.
And they had to put him in a room by himself for 3 days. I mean, they basically had to put him outside of all the other children and stuff. So I was like, wow, it was educating me so much. I didn't know how deep OCD was until I watched Young and the Restless.
Yes.
And they've taken us through this.
And it's the reason that I asked him that question about, does it bother you when you hear people throw that term around? Because I can't really say that it like bothers me. I don't let it get under my skin. But when I do hear people throw that around, I want to say, you have no clue. It's not about, let me just straighten up these things on the shelf, or joking about, put it back where you got it. And then it's life debilitating. It's takes, you are like this, and that's every day. You never know what. And so to me, it's like having it in my home and being there, because at the drop of a moment, you never know what's going to spiral, and you're kind of like on call all the time, and you just don't know.
Do you remember clear back, like when I had to have my shoes in a certain way, and I the way I had my shelves and my dresser, and then we had a person that came in and cleaned our house once a week, and when Wilma would clean my room, and I would freak out like that she touched my stuff, moved my stuff, and I would have like freak out moments, and now when I think about that, like, Mom didn't understand. I just was like, well, then just shut my door, and I don't want her to clean my room. Like, you remember when I would have those spazzing? Well, it was enough for me. Now, I didn't even understand it back then, but when I would do my homework, my stuff had to be perfect. So if I started making mistakes, like, and erased, and my stuff just looked like, I would start my whole freaking page back over. Like, I don't know. Do you remember that kind? I've not even thinking about that, but I've suffered from that, and I still do sometimes with a lot of it. Not as severe, but there's a lot that I didn't realize is real until, that's why I put that line in there when I just had said, we got to know so much more. It's making me want to like look into it a little bit more, because even at my age, I'm still suffering things that I noticed clear back then, Crazy.
Charles?
Well, I think it was last week I had Josiah over here. Actually, the all three of them came over to hang out with me a little bit, and there was a time that we were in the kitchen, and I have 3 towels that are hanging from my stove, and I noticed that one wasn't hanging the way the other 2 were, and I straightened it out, and Josiah picked it up just like that. It's a strong memory, and he kind of sort of giggled. He said, "Look, he had to, meaning me, had to straighten that out." Well, while he was talking, I believe he brought up PTSD. I have PTSD, and I've struggled with PTSD since a childhood. Mine was physical and psychological to the highest level. So I have PTSD, and there are things that I don't know about my OCD, but I am a very neat person. I do have to have things in line. If I see something out of line, I'll make sure it's in line. And it's a spur of the moment thing. If I see it, I address it. And if I don't address it, then it ends up bothering me. I end up addressing it eventually. So, all of those tie into, because they all are mental. And that's what they were talking about. They were talking about the mental part of it. It is mental, but the mental can turn into the mental. Because I want to say I'm a suicidal survivor, but I did attempt or give it thought twice in my life. And so mental can turn into physical.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I definitely can relate to with some of the things that I've dealt with in my life. And with that being said, are they tied in? OCD, PSD, are they tied in? Because if I see something, if I see a spot on the floor, it's white, and I'm on my brown kitchen, and I see a spot, I go pick it up, put it back in.
But they are very much tied in. It's been amazing at what I've had to learn, because it has taken so much research and so much digging into to get to a diagnosis. Because for years it's like, is he just depressed? Is it bipolar? Is it this? Is it that? Because it was like this, and so you're tossed from therapist to this person to that person to this doctor, and trying to pinpoint like why can we wake up in the morning and then be like dropped down in a matter, like what happens, right? And so it has taken this much time to understand that compulsive, it's like we eat like we eat with plasticware because we can't get the silverware clean enough, like he said. So I buy plasticware. It's a plastic this, plastic that, and it's clean every time, and then it goes in the trash. It oozes into the physical body if it's not perfect, if this, like, it's obsessive. There's been times where if a telephone number gets to somebody that he didn't want it, then we had to get a whole new phone number. Like we had to clean the whole thing out and like start from scratch. If a shirt got a little snag on it, then it's like, before you know it, I'm looking in the closet, like, where are all your clothes? Well, he had to get rid of all of them. Like it's such a severity that you can't you don't get to choose that I just don't want to be this way. It's such a drastic need for this extreme focus that if it gets off, it spirals everything, that it would almost be easier to not be here. And that's so hard for people to grasp and comprehend, that something that we think is like tiny or not that big a deal
It's huge.
It's huge. And
Huge.
so,
and that's what I think that, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I didn't mean to. No, I think that's what a lot of people need to understand, have that understanding of, because a lot of people put the OCD to like the germaphobe, like washing hand, like, obsessively washing their hands, or, just the typical things that get talked about, like in maybe a show, or maybe, because who is the judge on America's Got Talent? Howie Mandel. He is a known obsessive compulsive, but he's a germaphobe, obsessive. And so that gets out there all the time. But it's not talked about, of it. Like with children.
But that is part of it. I mean, we have hand sanitizers, all over. If we're walking into a store, if we go eat, I mean, it's like there's times where he would have gotten up to go wash his hands in between whatever, like it's a thing, so the germs, and it's just hard.
The thing is that people don't understand is it is a nanosecond moment. Nanosecond. And you'd mentioned that just a minute ago, that you could be going through your day, just wake up, everything is good, and all of a sudden you get hit with that nanosecond moment of what could be setting you off at any time.
Yeah, and it's definitely like one of the things that I kind of joke about it now, because it's such a routine thing. But in our home, if by the first of the month, if everything, and I'm talking like everything is not clean from top to bottom, and we're talking cabinets, drawers, shelves, like in the whole home. If it's not cleaned by the first of the month, that month is ruined. Like it's just ruined, and it will hold a depression, and so it's very stressful. It's very stressful, and so that's where I can say that sometimes if you're picking up on these things in your children or in a partner, you can't just say like just get over it, because trust me, if they could, they would. They don't want to have to deal with this, because it's just as extreme to them. They could be having the best morning, and then something that they weren't looking for to come and totally wipe it through. It's really difficult. So I'm very proud of him to be able to be to a point to come forward and say that this is a thing, and it's a for real thing.
I apologize for moving around, but I was sitting in there having a towel moment. No, for real. I'm looking at it. I had to go fix it.
Oh my God, that is me.
And I'm like, Sissy, come and help me.
Yeah.
I'm like looking at the side, like, no, I got to get us. I had to go address it, man.
That is totally me. Totally me.
Bugging me.
Oh my God.
The best thing is not have any cows on there at all. They don't have to line them up.
No.
There you go.
Well,
Or just one.
Yes.
Yeah, I see Valentino's in
Yes. Being a bad boy. He's being bad. Valentino, say hi.
It's
There he is.
bedtime.
He's so
Yeah.
cute.
He's already had bedtime. That's why he's like, okay, it's playtime. Actually, it's storming right. It's storming right now in Texas.
Really?
So
okay.
yeah. So he's already been out, and then he didn't want to go out, and I could hear it storming. So that's why the camera went off for a moment. I took him out. So yeah.
Well, I took you on an adventure with me.
You what?
Yeah.
I took you on an adventure with me. I didn't cut you
A
out.
dizzying
I
adventure.
wanted you to have the moment.
I felt like I was on a ride.
Well,
Barbara?
let's do this. I'm sorry, I'm going to do it. Elena, it came through me, and you know how it is, man. When it comes through me, I don't give a rat's what I say, but you're doing an amazing job. I don't.
I know this.
That's a senior citizen moment. So, it comes on in a nanosecond too. But I want to tell you that I've sat back and I've watched, and I was there from the very beginning when you first started, even though you didn't know I was there. I got to peek through the crack and saw you doing your thing and drinking your coffee. And this is only my second one, and I'll be on a little bit later. I think I'm on towards the end.
Yeah, you're going to close the show out with me.
And I've just been watching you and all the special, all this whole time now. It's almost 20 or 18 hours. You're doing an amazing job, and this is something that's going to last. It's going to grow 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pretty soon you'll set the record with Jerry Lewis, and I know how you feel about that. But I just want you to know that we are grateful for the compassion and the love that you have, not just for people, but life in general. And you definitely have displayed it in this Streamathon. So not just because I'm your husband. Okay. No. See, here's the whole thing. I have a patent on this. See, you guys are just.
Now you're making me need to do it.
Yay.
And
I gotta do it in my eyes?
A heart beat. You can have the heart, but it better have a beat, or it's not doing anything but just standing there. So, but no, I want to tell you, I adore you. You do complete me. I tell you that all the time. And keep doing what you're doing, girl. I got you. I got your back. I'll be the behind the scene guy with your Panda Express and your power drinks and your pineapple and anything else I brought you.
He hooked me up. He said, what can I bring you? And I said, I just need to make
Take
sure I
care
got
of my
water,
son.
snacks, maybe some fruit, just quick snackies. And I go out there and there's like a table full, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like I don't even eat that much on a normal day.
Charles was here.
Awesome.
She knew I was there. I left my calling card, but and then the biggest thing was I had to take care of her sons. So I made sure,
Aw.
because that was my job, because she was going to be out of commission for 24 hours, which means she shuts her door. She doesn't want to be disturbed. So that was what she told me she wanted, and it got done. So
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
and
That
I'm not
means a lot to me,
5,600
Charles.
and I'm not 5,667 miles away either.
Nope.
That
No,
is-
Right.
that's a
Yeah.
yeah.
It's funny because Gina asked earlier, because it was her and Barbara, with all of the comments coming down. And then she says, where's Charles? He was always my late night. Where's my brother-in-law? He was always my late night. And I was like, well, that's when he was back in Hawaii. And there was like a 6-hour difference. I'm like, I think he went to sleep.
We were typing so fast in the comments that he and I back and forth. That's the first time like that he and I had actually had in the comments ever, and so it was just us three awake. And
Oh, did we lose
Uh-oh.
her? Did she freeze?
Yeah, well, I got to tell you,
we're
I'm not lying.
typing so fast.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell I got my pillow here? I definitely laid down. I guarantee you that. Okay, but I made sure I woke up periodically and chimed in so she'd think I was there. So you don't get all this stuff for nothing. It's called wisdom and knowledge.
Oh, my. See what I deal with, Barbara?
You see what I
She's
deal
like,
with?
what are the
Charles, let's see what I
I just said, she says, and I said, yes, ma'am. I
That's
do.
safe. That's safe.
I do.
Yes.
You don't see her denying it.
No.
How do you think a 68-year-old man can hang on to a 50-year-old woman? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Either that or don't answer the phone.
I'm sure that'll
I
happen
didn't
too.
charge my phone. That's a good one. I didn't charge my phone. I missed all that. What did you say? I
Yeah.
texted you like, oh, my phone was dead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I lost it.
He was so
my.
serious too. He's like, my phone was dead.
Oh,
So-
my goodness.
I always got to have fun, man. I always got to laugh. I don't care what it is. If you're going to talk serious, you got to have fun too. You know,
Yes.
you got to live this life. You got to live this life that we're in to its highest level, and that's the lows and the highs and the in betweens. It's life. It's part of it. So once again,
Amen.
you're doing an
You
amazing
bring the
job,
laughter.
Elena, with all the guests that you had on, with all the different topics, all the different things that touch our hearts that are actually sitting here or watching you in this 24-hour session.
You know what? We will have hit 60 guests because Miss Gina Lopez wasn't on the list. And so she made 61.
Oh, I wish I'd have known. Look at this. I mean, I'm like in my cleaning hair. I knew because from last year, I put my earbuds on. I listened to all the speakers and I got so much so much stuff done around my house. And I knew it. I did that today, even like I just put it on my big screen and I just brought everything that I wanted to get through here in the living room, cleaning. Of course, Valentino is just like, I've had it. I'm over it. I'm over it.
He's just looking like,
And look, he's like, it is time to go night night. Oh, I know, buddy. But I would never miss that. It is always on my calendar. Like, I will never miss this because it means that much to me too, because it means that much to you. And
Look how much it's grown. 61.
oh,
wow.
Yeah, 61.
That's definitely double
That's
last year.
Yeah, we had 38 last year.
wow.
Okay, well, close
61.
enough anyhow. But
Yeah.
and she turned people away
I did. I had to actually
at the
say,
end.
yeah.
Turned them away. Had to.
Oh, you better
Come
not
back
say
next year.
anything then about squeezing me in there.
Well, I doubt that person is up
live.
at 4 a.m.
I doubt anyone watches our replay. What do y'all think?
Too late. It's a replay.
No, hashtag replay. That's the best thing that ever happened, man. Hashtag replay.
Yeah.
Then all you gotta do is put hashtag replay, and they actually think that you came on. All you did was go on and go hashtag replay and went back to sleep.
Now you was supposed to say, you see, you telling it, Charles. That's
Right, Barbara? He's telling all the
explaining and
secrets.
telling all this stuff, and everybody else.
I'm like, is it really that easy? Because dang.
No, it is. Hashtag replay. Pow, done. And then they go, oh, they came on. Oh, that was so nice. I hope they didn't get diddly squat. They went hashtag replay.
Oh,
Hey, I figure it'll be the one time that Elena calls me out and asks me a question about something about one of the speakers, and then I feel like I'm back in school and I can't fall asleep because
Yeah, so now you're stuck because you're just like, you said hashtag replay. I know you were watching.
yeah.
Yeah, I was watching, all right.
Yeah, well, actually, a funny story because you had the speaker early, Elena Bennett, who was her last name.
Jennifer.
Okay, I was changing over laundry, but I was listening. Remember my big TV? I can hear everything going on, and then my husband called from Mexico because he's working in Mexico right now. So he calls me and I'm in the laundry room and then he's like, hey, what? And I'm like, and then I told him, I said, I'm watching this still. And there's somebody, she's from Texas and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden I heard you say something about, oh, Gina can take notes or something. And I went, oh my gosh, she's talking about, I'm supposed to be listening. I go flying from the laundry room. I was like, I gotta go. He's in Mexico and I gotta tell him I gotta go. She's calling me out. I gotta go find out what she's saying. And I told him, I go, now I gotta watch a replay. I gotta find out what she was saying.
And you know what? You probably will too, because it's going to drive you nuts.
Yep, I will. I will do that. You know.
Hashtag replay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Charles, that's awesome. Hashtag replay.
Yeah. See, Barbara, now we got to put questionnaires together and make sure people are actually watching.
I know. See, now that's a little extra. Thank you, Charles, for explaining.
Oh, great. That means I'm going to be losing friends. Like, going to be dropping off.
So we are actually like coming into, this is what I would consider like the stretch.
Get over the hump.
Yeah, the final stretch, because we've got our next guest. She's going to be joining us from South Africa.
Oh, cool.
And, it's going to be 5 a.m. our time, and I'm not even exactly sure what time it's going to be for her. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is, I know I got to do one more reset because we can only go so many hours, and we will be cut off if we like it won't go
just on Facebook though, right? Not on YouTube, but you do it all the way around. You do the reset all the way around.
I learned something. Yeah. I should have just streamed to YouTube and then just shared it.
Well, you got to come back next year and do it again then.
Yeah. Do it again. I even created the event on YouTube, but when I saw I could still add Facebook, I was like, "Ooh, let me add it," and then it just stopped. It kept playing on YouTube, but it stopped on Facebook. But it was all connected, and so I had to end it, you know. And so now here we are doing the segments again. So what I'm going to do is
knock you all off, right?
Knock everybody
off. That's the get out of here.
Hashtag replay. I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah, hashtag replay. I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be there.
I know better now. I'm gonna be checking to make sure. But
that's what you do after the hashtag replay. Then they come back on and you ask them a question that right after the hashtag replay. Ask them a question.
Thanks, I can't get out my head now.
If anybody's just waking up, because we got like 5 people on here, so I don't know if it's us 5 or like who it is. It could be just our own phones, like recording that we're like.
Because I'm watching.
No, it's just us 5 because it's on the TV. It's on my TV with another thing. So that's 5. That's number 5.
Oh, I was gonna say, who's 5? Oh, Valentino. Yeah, he's 5.
Oh yeah, I know.
Because I'm cracking up because it's
Look at baby. Nice.
Oh well, I think we might have our guest on here. So
okay.
I'm gonna say, love you guys. So actually, what I'm gonna do is once we get done at that, before the 6 a.m. guest, we're gonna reset and come up for segment 4. So
Hashtag replay, baby. I'll see you later.
all right, love you guys. Love you guys. All right. So for anybody that is just tuning in, we had that little power hour with a guest visit from my son. He dropped in, and then my crew, man. We got Queen Barbara, my husband Charles, my sister Gina. They were troopers, and we did all 4 of us to just have like a little hour of laughter, conversation, so that they could pretty much keep me going. So we are bringing up, and I don't know where she went. I just lost her. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and reset. So I'm going to log off, and we're going to all pop on and get started with the final round, the final segment. So I'm going to end this, and I will see you guys.